Take it to the next level.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to Super Series Live, and it is the last of this batch of Pro Tours. I'm Phil Bars, as always, here all day. Hopefully, some of the other members of the team may be able to drop on, but we'll see. If not, it is just me flying solo. In the chat room already, Kevin, Craig, how are we all doing? Evening, Juanita. Hope you are well. Pete, Malachi, Mark, Joseph from California. Adrian, Matthew, Gary, how are we all doing? Just setting up a couple of bits as we go along. Pete says Aspinall not playing. That's a surprise. I know he missed the first 2 days and then was going to play 2, but we'll have a look. I think Price has gone home as well. Don't think Ghetto and Price is there today. Just setting up a couple of bits. Edgar is in. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. He put on his socials that he'd got an invite. I'm going to set up my stream boards on my laptop. So how is everyone on this fine Sunday? Hope everyone is good and well. Joe Cullen has gone home. Yeah, look. There was always going to be a lot, wasn't there? I believe Price has gone home, yeah. Yeah, all good, Matthew, all good. A little bit tired from yesterday, but look, great Super Series final last night. Yeah, a little bit tired, Mark, that's all. Not too bad. Game should be underway soon, as the first ones have just gone live. So let's a little bit of a rush this morning, but we'll get there. We have some live scores up as well. What are we going to go? What are we going to go for feature game? What's warming up as well? I think this could be But before I pick, does anyone know what the streaming boards are? Because I haven't even got that far. So let's load them up. I'm glad I checked because I was going to put Clayton as a feature game, but he's on the stream. So we won't go for that one. Right. Let's go for yesterday's winner, Rob Cross against Brian Roman. There we go. I'm right on cue. So, stream games are underway. They are all up. Let's get ready to go, ladies and gents. Of course, Danny Mantripe, who's playing Johnny Clayton, is praying for a good run for Scott Williams today. Let's also get... I've got the World Championship. That's the wrong one. I was on yesterday as well. Who's pulled out today? So, pulled out today, we have got Geraint Price. MVG was never in. Aspinall and Cullen both pulled out. Daryl Gurney, Glenn Durrant, Jason Lowe, Louis Williams had already pulled out. I think that's the only ones. So, yeah, Price, Aspinall, Cullen, Gurney, Durrant and Lowe are the ones that are out. And if anything else is to go by, Rob Cross winning yesterday, he's cursed and will fall first round today. Can he break the trend? Good question. I haven't looked if there was any buys. I'll have a look now. I know Matty Edgar got a call up, but I don't know if they filled all spots. So let's have a look. Full. It looks as if they filled it. Burgoyne also got a call up. Yeah, he lives. He's not a million miles away. So, how many more PC events? We've got the one today, and there is 2 more, and the World Championship qualifier. Yeah, if you want, Ollie. Sorry, Abby smells. My fault. So Chris Dobie 2-1 up on Damien Mole on the stream game. Rob Cross has leveled it up at 1 apiece. Yeah, Danny Tribe has a strange action. It's a bit on not. It's quite. Danny Jansen was the one as well. That it's weird like that. But David Hetta taking the opener against Jim McEwen. Ryan Searle 1-1 with Ted Evans as Rob Cross pins 1-3-4, and he now leads Brian Roman 2-1 on board 13. Danny Noppert, UK Open champion, level at 1 apiece with Alan Suter. Jean Van Veen 2-0 up on Dimitri Vandenberg. Vandenberg has had a miserable block of Pro Tours so far. William O'Connor 3-1 up on Peter Wright. Rob Cross leads the fish if he gets a go. What are the streaming boards? So we've got Chris Dobie against Damien Mole on one of them, which is board 2, and then Johnny Clayton's board, which is board 12. Adrian, the Grand Slam qualifier criteria is a mess, but anyone that hasn't made it outright, there is the Grand Slam qualifier. I think there's 8 places available. Afternoon, Paddy. Hope you are good. Yeah, maybe it might happen, Daniel. Might happen. Yeah, look, the ferret is motoring right now as well. 4-2 up. Currently averaging a ton. Get the tables gilding title charge. Look, he's playing well. No question about that. Get the Voss currently 4-0 up on Dave Chisnell. Chisnell averaging a lonely 67.37. Jose de Souza 3-1 up on David Evans as Michael Smith 5-1 up on Steve Lennon. Andrew Gilding levels it up. He's 2 apiece of Wesley Placier and Luke Humphreys. The number 1 seed has set the bar 110.49 average in a 6-1 demolition job of Mike Kyvenhoven. Alan Suter has one back. He still trails Danny Knopp at 3-2. Ratajski now 4-2 up on Darren Webster. Rob Cross looks as if he's shifting that curse. No, Matt's fine. Daniel, he's all good. Jean Van Veen. Boris Kirchmaier is now 4-3 up on Dirk van Duivenbode. Martin Schindler beats Jeffrey DeJuan 6-1. Damon Hetta has raced into a 4-0 lead against Jim McEwen on board 9. Jamie, yes, he did. And he also said a fair bit on interview as well, which I'm going to try and get edited and drop tomorrow. Matt, look, I can ask Matt anything. Whether he answers it or whether he can answer it are different things. But no, he's never said I can't ask him anything. Chris Dobie, 102 average is through. How we doing, Gavin? Yeah, look, Ted Evans is a fabulous player, but not really lived up to the potential he has yet. Andrew Gilding is now in front. 3-2 up on Wesley Placier. And Johnny Clayton is through 6-3 winner, 97 average for the Ferret, tidy enough. I don't think so, Matthew, but I will be putting something at mid-afternoon. So keep your eyes peeled. I know who's playing. Ryan Searle is currently 4-all with Ted Everts. Right. Rob Cross. Oh, that's majestic. Came back to him at just the right time. I tell you, yesterday and so far this morning, Rob Cross has played some stunning stuff. It's a 132 finish to add to his 134 earlier. It's a little bit good. Rob Cross. Damon Hetta, 6-0 win over Jim McEwen. Yeah, look, Dave Chisholm, he's not playing very well either. We'll come on to in a minute. But Dimitri Vandenberg's miserable run, as Drew says in the chat room, continues. He has had a torrid 4 days. HS, do this. Yeah, so the Seeds always play first game on the board. Jamie, do you mean Rob? There's parts of his action that are very good. Look, the release point, when it's off, we all know it causes issues. That's on the stream. Dirk van Dijvenbode has spun the game around against Boris Kirchmar. And William O'Connor has beaten Peter Wright. It's an opening round defeat for the world champion. Jose has won away against David Evans. Right, what are we going for? That's not warming up. That's not warming up. So we'll go with... Let's go for a bit of Danny Baggish. Right, that's that one. Let's drop back into the chat room. Gert DeVos has beaten a very out of sorts Dave Chisnell. Right, where were we again? Peter Marley's, yeah, Peter was lost. What will be the cut-off, Lendl? Lendl, I said early draws. I thought the cut-off would be somewhere between 23.5 and 25.5. So, yeah, look, it's somewhere in and around there. Hi, what do you know about the two qualifiers that are playing tomorrow in the... Great, do you mean the Super Series? I haven't had a proper look, if I'm being honest. I'll have a look at some point today. I've got the list. Afternoon, Simon. How are we doing, Daniel? Do you think Andrew Gilden will be champion? Look, Andrew Gilden's A game is unbelievable. We've seen that on the Pro Tour and everything like that. The Worlds is so difficult, and that's why the elite always win it, because you have to do it over 2.5 weeks. So look, it's a very tough one. Like today, he's only averaging 89. I say only as if that's poor. I'd love that kind of average. But you have to do it consistently, and that's the issue with a lot of players. So many good ones out there, but it's the drop between the A and the B game. Ryan Searle is out. He was beaten 6-4 by Ted Everts, another seed to go. He joins Peter Wright, Dimitri Vandenberg, and Dave Chisnell, all to pass. Oh, what's the worst action? Sorry, wasn't just general. What's the worst actions to win the Worlds? Look, going back, it was a little bit before my time, but I've watched loads of good stuff. Jockey Wilson's action was uncoachable. So Danny Baggish 2-1 up on Brett Claydon in our feature game. Stream games, Nathan Rafferty is 2-0 up on John Michael. Scott Mitchell was taking the opener against Mervyn King. Scott Mitchell needs a good little run today. Jeff Smith was taking the opener against Adam Gowlas. No, yeah, I'm with you there, Gavin. That there's something that John Park's action is. Look, it works obviously, but it's not easy on the eye. Expectations for Rocket upcoming. Just let him play. He's a kid, and what will be will be. Scott Mitchell was gifted this leg to Mervyn King. He was in control, but Mervyn King breaks straight back. And Alan Suter and Dane Oppert going all the way. John Michael has a leg back against Nathan Rafferty. Baggish breaks with a brilliant 147. Big moments there from Baggish. Look, Richie Bellet's training leg gets in the way somewhat. Gowlas levels up against Jeff Smith, and Kevin Burness has taken the opener against Matt Campbell. Nathan Rafferty breaks straight back. Look, Jamie, Danny Jansen's action again when it's on, but when it's off, there's too many moving parts and angles for my liking. Matthew Edgar has taken the opener against Cameron Menzies. Luke Peters underway against Peter Hudson. Alan Suter completes a comeback win. He's beaten Danny Knopp at 6-5, coming from behind to do so. Just going to get the old... In the hunt for the World Championship race, Jeffrey Deswan has lost early. He's now in danger. Remember, he was only in one of those places on campback. No, the trailing leg, Jamie, has got worse over time. He's always had the shoulder's always been in play in the throw and things like that. But no, the legs come later on. Who pulled out today? There was a few, Jamie, Price, Aspinall, Cullen, Gurney. You on about Mark Hilden, Daniel? No, Price isn't playing today, Drew. He went home. I think Chizzy Action is amazing. Ooh, I'm not sure on that one, Jay. No, it works, but it's... John O'Shea is at the world. Yeah, he is. Look, but look, the Joker's only out on campback at the moment. So a couple of good results here today. And he'll be back in the race. Danny Baggish is closing in on victory. Matthew Edgar leads Cameron Menzies 2-1. As I say, that Menzies levels it up. That one's 2 apiece. Ian White 1-1 with Luke Woodhouse. Luke Peters 2-0 to the good. Barry Van Peer beating Steve Haggerty 2-1. Devin Peterson 2 with Ron Moulenkamp. Sean Wilkinson 3-0 up, averaging 107 on Karol Sedlacek. Kevin Burness 3-0 up on Matt Campbell. Can Danny Baggish take out 120 to win it? No is the answer. Yeah, look, Gezi did what he needed to do in this block. It was all about getting himself back in to the top 16 of the Order of Merit, and he did that. So, yeah, look, Gene Van Veen's a fabulous player. Got to know him a fair bit at the Super Series. Really, really nice kid. Ron Moolenkamp is in front against Devon Peterson. Scott Mitchell is up against it here. Merv King is going through the gears. Mitchell won the opener and was in a fabulous position in leg 2. Since then, it's been kind of one-way traffic. How are we doing, Bob? Hope you are good. Florian Hempel. Good question. Let's have a look. I would say it's got to be, I think it may be Josh Rock. At a scan, I know he hasn't got a tour card, but Bilowetsky's only 18 as well. So I'm not sure when their birthdays are and things like that. Oh, my bad. I thought he was younger than that. Bilowetsky's 18. Yeah, even though he doesn't have a tour card, the fact he's excuse me, the fact he's ranked, I think Bilowetsky's in there. Yes, Billy, I will be in Dortmund next week. DC Center, yeah, absolutely. I think he's a fabulous player, fabulous temperament. Big things for him. As well. Anyone else surprised that Gary's played all days? Gary was one of our bankers to go home. Can Gezi still fall out the top 16? Probably. Let's have a look. No. I think he's just about done enough. I don't think enough can overtake him. Reddick Sedansky beats Richie Ed has 6-4 on board 7, and Cameron Menzies is on the cusp. He's now 5-2 up on Matthew Edgar. Remember, that was 2 apiece. Menzies raced through the gears, won 4 legs in a row in that one. I'll take your word for that. Dan, not a huge fishing fan myself. I don't think he feels the heat. I think he's one of those ones where if he wakes up in the morning, he'll play. If he doesn't, then he's like, nah, I'm going home. So I just think that Gary will just do what Gary wants to do now. Nathan Rafferty has just beaten John Michael on the stream. Yeah, forgot about Keane. And Danny Baggish, 6-3 winners over the line. Matt Campbell is clawing his way back into this game with Kevin Burness right now. And Cameron Menzies has beaten Matthew Edgar. Look, it's not an easy task to go there and play one Pro Tour. To get the late call, it's a tough mindset. Jose Justicia, 6-4 winner over Gert Inches. Scott Mitchell has a leg back against Mervyn King. Florian Hempel, 3-1 up on Adam Hunt. Merv King looks as if he's struggling a bit with his back on the stream. Yeah. There's plenty of little subplots with people going out early and everything today in the Tour Card race, the World Championship race, Players Championship, Order of Merit. Lots and lots going on this time of year. Jake Jones and Jason Heaver. Look, it's not one for Sky Sports Gold, this one, but Jake Jones is winning. Ron Moulenkamp is now one away from beating Devin Peterson. Matt Campbell has upped his game. He's now level with Kevin Burness. The Rocket, what's going on with the WDF Championship? Your guess is as good as mine. Look, the whole thing's a mess. Matthew, we won't put Kim Hybrecht's feature game next because that's on the stream. We are going to go with Scott Williams against Kevin Dutz. Danny, yeah, look, Jose is defending obviously winner's money at the Slam, so if he's not there, his ranking is going to take a complete nosedive. Yeah, George, I think it's just one of those ones where he's getting older. How much has he practiced anymore and everything like that? What's the hardest and most competitive event in the calendar nowadays? The hardest to win is still the Worlds because of the amount of time it's over. everyone says the UK Open, but that's double-edged sword. Look, yes, at the UK Open, you don't know when you're on, and that you could get a horrific seeding draw, but you could also get a really nice draw. So UK Open is the unpredictability, and it can be tricky, but it can be volatile. But I don't know. The Rocket, if I'm being honest, I haven't really paid a lot of attention to it, if I'm being honest. So that's all right, Daniel. It's fine. Devin Peterson is gone. Ron Moolenkamp, a 6-3 victory for him. The African Warrior departs. Kevin Burness is in front again. He's shunned the Matt Campbell comeback, and he's now one away. Campbell will have to win 2 on the spin. Kevin Dukes takes the opener against Scott Williams, but Williams looks as if he's burst into life. Jeff Smith 5-4 up on Adam Gaulas. Again, Gaulas only just in and around the provisionals. I've just seen a name. Nathan Gervin's got a Pro Tour call up as well. By the look of it, it's Barry Van Peer beats Steve Haggerty 6-3. Got loads of games just coming towards the end. Go back and have a look at that World Championship race. Gaulas in the last spot at the moment, so a defeat here could be heavy for him as Florian Hempel beats Adam Hunt 6-1. What have we got here? Sam says, do you think Bo could get through Q School? Yeah, of course she could. I don't think she'll go, though. Well, I think that will depend on if the WDF have announced what is going on with theirs, then I don't think she'll go. If there is nothing, then maybe. But yeah, of course she could come through. Obviously, Cabby in the Oceanic Masters Wonder. I don't think he played in it. Ian White looks like he's going to PDC qualifier in November. Yeah, look, Ian White's just. I know you can put a lot down to COVID and whatever, but you look pre-COVID, he was in a fabulous position in ranking tables, and through no fault of his own or anyone else, it's just the way that 2 year happened, that he wasn't able to defend large chunks of his ranking money because the tournaments didn't happen. So when that just drops off and that you can't defend it, that's a tough situation to be in. Jeff Smith, big win for him. 6-4 over Adam Gaulas, and now Gaulas's spot in that last World Championship place is under threat. Outsider for the Worlds. My honest opinion is I don't think anyone outside the top 3 will win the Worlds. I think it will come from one of the big 3. But yeah, look, from an outsider point of view, Heta, he's playing very, very well, so has a chance, of course. No final decision today. Still 2 more Players' Championships to go, correct? And Kevin Burness is over the line. He has beaten Matt Campbell in a last leg decider. That one went to the Noble. Plenty of games warming up as well. Have you interviewed Bo? Yeah, been interviewed her a few times. Jamie, I would like and love to say yes. I just don't see it. Corey is an unbelievable talent, and I wish he'd come back or could get back to those levels that we saw, but I'm just not convinced we'll see it. Yeah. Jeff's done all right this week. Ian Callum played very, very well yesterday. Played some super stuff. Sean Milkinson beat Karasedlacek, and Kevin Dutz has broken Scott Williams. Next on the streaming board, Stephen Bunting against medium-sized Hendo. Jake Jones and Jason Heaver has improved since those first couple of legs, but it's 4-3 to Jake Jones in that one. Roby John 1-1 with Eddie Lovely. Jim Williams, Nathan Gervin just getting underway. Let's fix this a minute. Said some of the team may be dropping in, and for the next 40 minutes or so, we are joined by the lovely Dan. How are we doing, buddy?
I'm very, very well, thank you, mate. What a day! Darts on all day. There's a little bit of a football match on later this afternoon that I'm quite looking forward to. It's what a day we have, and already quite an interesting one so far from Planet Darts, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, look, it's been good.
Let's have a little look. To be honest, I'm just catching up myself on who's where and who's done what and who's doing what and what's coming next and who's on what board. Let me have a quick look and see what have we got. What have we had so far, Phil? What's the biggest highlight of the day so far?
I wouldn't say it was a highlight, but my biggest reaction suggests that Dave Chisnell may have gone out and enjoyed Barnsley last night.
It is a place with plenty of places to enjoy.
To Gert de Vos. Well, look, and Gert de Vos is a fabulous player, but the Chisnell average finished at 77, but when he was 3-0 down, I think it was 67.
Crikey. Yeah, so he's started slow and not really picked up much.
Yeah. Having said that, I don't think he's the only one.
Phil. Yeah, was Ricky Evans with him?
Yeah, I was going to say there's a few looking by the averages that may have enjoyed a good night last night.
Absolutely. And one of them isn't, though, Adrian Lewis, averaging 107. That's a decent start, isn't it, for him?
Yeah. It's been good. So obviously there was some overnight pullouts and some replacements came in. Matthew Edgar, Nathan Gervin, all hightailed it to Barnsley. Price, Aspinall, Cullen, Gurney, Dozer all pulling out.
We are right on as well. I was just opening up there while there's some games going on. I was opening on my screen the rankings for the race to the Players' Championship finals, because we have got some people, I'm sure you might have already discussed this, Phil, that are right hovering around that 64 mark, it's sort of 74 to 64, that are all within a chance, but running out of opportunities. There is not too many occasions left for these chaps now.
No, there's not. Time is running out, that is for sure. And we were looking at the world race as well. There were so many players bunched together that this could go down to the finest margins, where we're talking £250 difference here that may get you to Ali Pali. Yeah,
and that is how close. So even just looking at the players' championship there, Ross Smith is exactly that figure, £250 away from a spot in Minehead. That is a very, very, very precarious place for some of those players around there. There's less than £1,000 there between 8 players who will all be looking at a trip to Minehead.
Yeah, completely. And look, the next couple of weeks are going to be fascinating. We've obviously got the Pro Tour here. Next weekend, we've got the European Championship finals. Then the last 2 Players' Championships and the Grand Slam qualifier. That is then it. After that, it's locked in. We will know who is going where into the final majors, and then it's only TV time that can save them.
It's a packed schedule as well, isn't it? And it is not the time of year to not be able to hit a run of form. Because if you're struggling for form at the minute, these events are coming so thick and fast that the whole lot can very quickly pass you by.
Oh, completely. It's just nuts. Scott Williams has turned this one around. He was in a little bit of trouble, 3-1 down. Now 4-3 in front on our featured game.
Adrian Lewis extending that good start there, up to 3-0 already, making relatively fast work of things here. Josh Rock as well, off to a flyer. That doesn't surprise us. Was 2-0 up, but Andy Bolton has just pegged him back one. Josh Rock averaging 100. Again, something that doesn't really come as much of a surprise this week.
No, not at all. Dante's
Stephen
bullet
Bunting as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw that one. Yeah, 2-0 up, averaging 107. That's a really good start, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, completely. Nathan Gervin, 2-1 up on Jim Williams. But, oh my. John Henderson's averaging 101 and getting pumped 3-0.
Yeah, that's But I mean, Stephen Bunting's having to keep his average up to 118 in order to do it, though. You look at those average, without going too deep into the history of that match, John Henderson would probably have had to find a 9 data there in order to just keep a leg off Stephen Bunting in the way that he's throwing, averaging just shy of 119.
Yeah, oh, completely.
Averaging up there, there's little more. There's got to be at least a 10-11 dart leg, probably 2 10 or 11 dart legs in there. Henderson would have had to pull up trees, I think, to get even close. Just looking across at some of the other headline averages there, that is a good-looking game up on board 11. Callan Ridge against George Killinson, both averaging over 100. Ridge just managing to do enough at 2-0 up, but that is certainly a game where we've seen a really good level of darts this afternoon.
Yeah, completely. And Callan Ridge burst back into life yesterday.
But not quite as much of a happy afternoon. Or Ridge just goes to 3-0 up there, pushing his average up to 102. The other representative of the Northeast player at the minute, Ryan Joyce, is 2-0 behind Vincent van der Voort, and Big Vincent is not setting the world alight, but certainly doing enough to get into a quick early breaker throw, and certainly looks the favourite here at the minute.
Yeah, completely. Look, and this has been Vincent's year, that he's not been at his brilliant best, but he's found ways to win games.
Yeah, it definitely has, and I think that's probably a bit of a sign of, I don't know, it's experience and probably a sort of an attitude that he can dig in and fight and scrap a little bit, can't he? But it is, again, he's another one where dangerous prospect. If he plays himself into a bit of form, he's not an easy match for anybody. It's going to be, the thing is, in the next few weeks and months, we're going to see people going into darts matches they have to win, whether that's to qualify for something, whether that's to keep their card, whether, you know, and Vincent is not a person you want to bump into when you have to win, because he can just really dig his heels in, and he can be stubborn and not go away.
Yeah.
Josh Rock just kicking on again, maintaining that breaker throw advantage over Andy Bolton, going to 3-1 up. We've got a noble leg going on as well, Phil. Jason Heaver and Jake Jones have gone 5-all. And Jake Jones has just nudged that, finishing at 76 to dispatch Jason Heaver and go through to the second round. Against the throw there, good performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Adrian
Lewis. Yeah, it's 5-0. He's only averaging 90, which, you know, is rich from me. But just doing enough there, Adrian Lewis, isn't he? Just keeping Burton well at bay. Callan Ridge extending to 4-0, but that average is going up and up and up, and he's up above 107 now. So that really is a performance there from Callan Ridge.
Yeah, completely. Look, James Wade doing well. James Wade things on board 15, 4-1 up, and you think, oh, that's all right. Only averaging 87 in true Wadey fashion.
Yeah, he's just doing the right things, isn't he? And just getting the 5-0 now, Stephen Bunting. We said the Bullets playing well. That average is maintained. It's had to come down slightly because how could it maintain? But 5-0 up, averaging 110. Or in fact, halfway up 110, 110.5. That is some performance, isn't it, from Stephen Bunting? 110 after 5 legs.
Yeah.
Madders Rasmer a break up as well on Keegan Brown, both averaging 88. Very tight in the averages there, but Rasmer has just managed to get the breaks at the right time, take his doubles. Big Vincent now 3-0 up on Ryan Joyce, and that's looking a very, very long way back for Joyce now.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Stephen Bunting, this has been a sensational performance. He's averaging 110 on the stream board right now.
So Kevin Dutz going into it. We've got another noble leg between Dutz and Scott Williams. Dutz with the darts has opened with a 180, opens with a max. So that is the start that you want in a noble leg when you have to get over the line. A 180 is absolutely the start you want. Dukes will be first down to a finish. You'd like to think from 210 anyway. Well, that's not what he would have wanted after that 180 start. 3 visits without hitting a treble. Has he held the door ajar slightly for Scott Williams? This would be massive if this goes, this 180. If it doesn't go, you feel like he's going to have to, 51 left. There's pressure on this. 113 for Williams. Oh, there you go. What pressure? 113. Scott Williams, tremendous there. And I said, dude, you do think Kevin Dukes held the door open for him there after opening with a match? 3 visits without a treble. You are not going to win matches. 3 visits without a treble in a noble leg. But that 113 checkout there, absolutely superb stuff from Williams. Just as that's going on, I think no surprise looking at the way the game went. Adrian Lewis gets over the line. 6-1 is victory there.
Yeah.
Jim Williams managing to, again, averaging only 83, but just managing to make a game of this against Nathan Given. He's keeping it tighter than probably he deserves so far.
Yeah, completely. Into the chat room as well. How are we doing, Johnny? I can survive on 4 or 5 hours, Kit. Not a problem. So William O'Connor's playing some great stuff at the moment. Yeah, absolutely. Conan won last night, Johnny. Played some really, really good stuff. I'll tell you what, should we keep that feature game up there? It'd be rude not to see a bit of Gary Anderson and Ross Smith, wouldn't it?
Oh, 100%. I think that's a game. Well, and also, Ross Smith is the closest player at the minute to a trip to Minehead. He's only £250 away. He could move into that green section today. But for a man who really, really needs to scrape a few pounds together to get on that trip to Minehead, this isn't the draw you'd want, is it, Phil?
Not well. If you'd have asked me at the beginning of the week, I'd have said that's all right. However, there's been a renaissance,
and long may it continue.
So yeah, how are we doing, Scott? Yeah, it was a superb night.
Callum Ridge throwing for the match here. He's 5-2 up. He's opened with a 180. Killington comes and can only find a 94. So Ridge, a couple of 100 points ahead there and looking very, very comfortable in order to just serve this out. He follows that with a ton 40. So Ridge down to 85 already after 9 darts. Kilvington back on 316. So Ridge is going to get plenty of opportunities to get rid of this 85 and looks very much like moving swiftly through to the second round.
Yeah. No, Nico, Ryan Searle lost in the opening round. As well, I'm not being horrible to Ross here, but tell me you haven't got many dart shirts without telling me you haven't got any dart shirts. Ross Smith rocks up with a Kazoo logo on his shirt, and I think the only one he played in was the UK Open.
Oh dear. Dear me. I tell you what, there's Josh Rock, who was, I think he was 3-0 up and then 4-1 up. Josh Rock now looking a bit up against it as Andy Bolton has managed to drag himself back into that game from absolutely nowhere and has managed to fight back to 4-all. That is a great comeback from Andy Bolton, digging his heels in. And he is far from done today. A couple of other 4-4s on there. Robbie John Rodriguez and Eddie Lovely, as well as Jim Williams and Nathan Gervin.
Yes. on the other stream game, Jimi Hendrix has just taken a 2-0 lead over Darius Labanauskas.
That, Phil, is not a game that looks particularly impressive, looking at the averages of those two players at the minute.
No. The Jimi Hendrix action is horrific as well.
Josh Rock has found another break of throw after all that hard work from Andy Bolton to fight his way back up to 4-all. Oh, goodness me. Josh Rock has found a break of throw at exactly the right time. Now has the darts in hand to throw for the match and opens with a 180. So after all of that, Andy Bolton then can't follow up and find a treble at his visit. So Josh Rock back very much in the driver's seat after all of that fighting and clawing back from Andy Bolton. Josh Rock, 180, 140. Andy Bolton's going to have to do something absolutely bonkers in order to even really make much of a game of this last leg.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. I tell you what, he's a player, him, isn't he, Phil? Josh Rock throwing for the game here, 180, 140, 149 to leave 32 after 9 darts. That is a proper leg, that.
Yeah.
He needs 1 dart to get rid of it. There's a 10-dart leg from Josh Rock. Absolutely superb. After all of that fighting and clawing Andy Bolton did to get back into that game, he gets done with a 10-dart leg. Absolutely box office stuff there. Really, really good from Josh Rock.
In the chat room, Bob asked, where's Simon Whitlock on the Pro Tour Order of Merit? He is quite a way down. He's in 42nd.
Manus Rasma over the line against Keegan Brown. Just managed to put enough there. Doesn't look like the world's best game, but 6-2. That's a good win for Manus Rasma. And he's a man, Phil, that just keeps picking up points and victories and money and climbing his way steadily up and up and up all the various different rankings.
Yeah.
He's actually sat now in an interesting Manus Rasma in the top 32 in the Race to the Players Championship finals. But where that does start to do is when we have a seeded tournament of 64, that top 32 just means that you might get a slightly more generous introduction to the tournament. And these little bits and bobs of picking bits up here and there really matter and make a big difference to some of those seeded TV tournaments, I think.
Oh, yeah, 100%. No, Dan. How many 10 darters before you're developed?
Cheeky.
But look, also there's a different pressure within your first 2 years on tour are almost a free as well. And this isn't Josh. This is anyone. This is the scenario that I think that the first 2 years you're on tour is almost a free shot because you're never defending anything. It's when that 2-year cycle then starts that you go to this tournament, you're defending this amount of money, you're defending that amount of money.
I also think, I completely agree, Phil. And I also think that and I know there's a million ways of looking at this, and there's a lot of people that don't agree, but like some of those younger players, like, let's be honest, they're not, even when they are playing, let's say year 3, and they're actually, they're defending money. A lot of them, they're not paying mortgages and feeding kids and stuff like that. A lot of them, like a lot of those younger players that come through that route, right, they're still sort of relatively safe in that the pressure that's on them is very much it's the pressure of them being a successful darts player rather than the pressure of, like, can I pay my mortgage? Can I commit to all of this practice time? Can I make, do I need to go and work as a butcher, baker, candlestick maker Monday to Friday, and then practice starts in the evening? So I think for the younger players, I think it's a good thing that your young players aren't piled full of loads of pressure, but I do think it allows them to play with that bit of extra freedom that we don't see when you get someone picking up a tour card for the first time at 40.
Yeah. Oh yeah, completely. It's a different pressure altogether.
So the game between Nathan Gervin and Jim Williams, I think it looked from the very first leg like it was going to go all the way this one. It just looked like they were going to just keep doing enough to claw back against each other. Gervin has played a great leg, got himself down to 40, but then Jim Williams finds a 180 with Gervin on 40, and from having no pressure whatsoever on this tops, he's now under huge pressure because that match from Jim Williams that came after at 140 leaves him 36. So Gervin can't take the 40 out with 3 darts. Jim Williams will now get 3 darts at 36 to wrap this match up. And he looked like he didn't have a chance there. Gervin thrown 3 match darts thrown away. Jim Williams needs all 3 of them, but gets rid of the 36. Now that Jim Williams has, I don't know how he's come through that. Multiple match darts missed from Gervin there, and Jim Williams has just found some bottle at the right time and got over the line in that noble leg 6-5 for the Welshman.
Yeah, look, Ross Montgomery scrapping his way. He's in front against Simon Whitlock on the stream. But on our feature game, Gary Anderson is averaging 104 and nowhere near Ross Smith. Ross Smith has played brilliant in these opening 3 legs.
Yeah, that's really, really impressive, isn't it? And he's just, Gary's not having a stinker by any stretch of the imagination, but Ross Smith just coming out absolutely on fire. But Gary with the darts in hand now, that 180 start, Ross Smith can't find, as you can see, a treble his first visit, and it is certainly for the moment not looking like we're going to get a bagel served up here, and Gary Anderson looks like he wants to make a game of this.
Yeah.
Ooh. There's something you don't see every day. Mencija Sulovic, 2-0 up, averaging 116.
Go on, Mentor.
I tell you what, in an Austrian derby there as well, against Rusty Jake Rodriguez, who's averaging 113. That is some level of darts we're seeing there from the Austrian derby.
What's happened to Gary today? It's very, yeah. Look, Gary's been brilliant this week, and long may it continue.
I mean, he's averaging 107, so like it's not like he's fallen off a cliff. He's just behind, following some really, really good darts from Ross Smith. But again, just looking at this leg here, if Gary can find a couple of trebles here, he's got half a chance at a break a throw here, Gary, and then he's only within a hold of levelling this up. He is certainly not, and that is exactly what Gary Anderson would have wanted to see as well from Ross Smith.
Yeah, absolutely.
240s in a row is a nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah. I've got an apology to make as well. Because we were chatting, I missed this. However, I'm still going with it. The Bartley alarm has sounded.
Oh, yeah. It's going here. He's off to a good start as well.
Yeah.
1-0 up. And just that 1-0 as well was also a break of throws. So he's managed to break Jackman in his opening leg, and Barney with the advantage here in the second leg. So the Dutchman looking like he's off to a good start.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, that isn't the start that Gary Anderson would have wanted to make after that break of throw that puts him right back in this match. 21 is not how he will have wanted to start.
No.
That's a bit better though. That 1-3 now is a little bit better.
We'll look at it, Dan. We'll see if we can get a 9-dart alarm. Gary Anderson's like Bojo, isn't he? We think he's done, and then he comes rolling back in.
Yeah, he comes back. Here he comes, and here he comes. Like he is definitely.
Some of the TikToks I've seen this week with Boris in have been absolutely had me in tears.
Oh, the match. So my favourite, I think probably my favourite that I can probably repeat in this environment is these the overdubbing of Mrs. Doubtfire shouting, "Help is on the way,
help
dear."
is on the way, dear.
Absolutely, as he runs through the airport, absolutely amazing. Top work that. Whoever comes up with that, like I wish I had the creativity and the knowledge to be able to come up with that sort of thing. Absolutely top banter.
Oh, I was in tears. So
Raymond van Barneveld doing Raymond van Barneveld things by just smashing this about, and he's 2-0 up. He's open with a 140. He is looking to pinch the darts here off Jack Main because Jack Main's had 2 treble-less visits. So he is a man, though, Raymond van Barneveld, that we will be seeing in Minehead in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, there's also one in the chat room. Yeah, we looked at this yesterday. He's going to the World Championships as well.
And what that does do, Phil, I challenge any darts fan to not just get excited about seeing Raymond van Barneveld on television in television titles. Like, it's cool. It's an exciting thing to see. And if you don't enjoy it, then you probably don't like darts. But I think I'm very much looking forward to seeing if we can put a couple of games together in Minehead, seeing if we can get some. It's just, you just want to see those big fixtures, don't you? You want to see him play somebody. I think my dream is I want him to meet Adi Lewis like on the telly this year. That's what I want to see in a tournament on the TV.
Yeah, I like this one from Jamie as well. We're going to change Gary Anderson's nickname and walk on music. Ali Pally, I want him to walk on to "Holidays Are Coming, Holidays Are Coming."
Excellent work. He is not done in this match, Gary Anderson, is he? He is absolutely not done.
Big 140 though from Ross Smith. That puts a little bit of pressure on.
Steve Beaton manages to get himself 3-0 ahead against Jules van Dongen. That is a good start for Beaton.
And Ross Smith needed that. He was 3-0 up and he was not really in that leg until he found that 140. Maybe just what he needs.
Yeah, that's another. Where Gary has a few times struggled today is just that first visit to the hockey, but making life hard for himself, having to score big and fight at the back end of legs, because a few times today he has just struggled. And there was I appreciate he's just banged a 180 in, but he's put himself in the situation where he needs to do that because he can't seem to find those trebles. with the consistency he needs on his opening visit.
Yeah, one from Jason as well says, what rank do you have to be to stay on tour? So after your 2 years is up as a new tour card holder, you have to be in the top 64. After that 2 years, if you drop out of the 64 at the end of the year, you lose your card and have to go back to Q school.
Connor Scott gets a 3-0 lead. I think Mickey Mansell's average of 76 is contributing to that as much as Connor Scott's darts is, but a solid lead there, and it looks like that's going to be a relatively comfortable game for Scott to come through. Steve West finds an early breaker throw as well to go 2-0 up, as does Richie Burnett, who finds an early break to go 2-0 up on Danny Jansen.
Oh, what a run from Richie Burnett yesterday, getting to the last 16 as well.
Yeah, he's always got that in him. That's the thing, isn't it? It's just consistency. It's just finding it more consistently, in more games in a row. But he's always got that. You know, there is the potential that any single time he goes and plays anyone, he can win every time. Whitlock come from 3 back. That's it. Seems to have screwed his head on a little bit, stepped up the average slightly, and on he goes.
Yeah, and Ross Smith took out a big 113 there. Gary Anderson missed the dart at double 10 for a 140 finish and paid the price. And Ross Smith looks as if he's going to go on and win this one. But look, still good sign for Gary Anderson fans. What's Durham been playing like? There's patches. There's good legs, but those good legs aren't enough because they're not backed up.
Yeah, I suppose better than 6 months ago is an answer I'd be happy giving. Like, I definitely think he's been playing better over the last 6 weeks than he has done for the last 6 months. Whether he's on a trajectory and where that trajectory then leads him to, I'm not sure. But I think as long as he keeps coming back and playing better than he did at the previous events, then he's on a trajectory to somewhere, wherever that may end up being.
Yeah. Since the summer, how goes Mickey Mansell? Look, Mickey Mansell's a great player. We've seen him big ton plus averages. Is he easy on the eye? No.
Cool.
Can he play? Absolutely.
Ross Smith, get this done and put this one to bed. Oh, he can't. Now, Ross Smith holding the door open there for Gary Anderson because you'd expect this 52 to go. And it does go in 2 darts. Ross Smith just making life slightly hard for himself here. Missing now 3 darts to get rid at 25. Gary Anderson with the darts in hand. If he can find a big first visit here, then we are going to look very, very likely at having a noble leg here. Barney now 5-1 up, really getting into a bit of a groove. Jack May not disgraced himself here, averaging 91, and these legs are closer than the score would have you believe. Jack May is there or thereabouts in pretty much every leg here. It's just Barney's getting the more important work done in clearing those doubles and getting the legs on the board. Big visit here from Gary makes this very interesting. If he can find 2 trebles, and he does, this makes it very interesting. How much pressure can Ross Smith put on that 84 of Gary Anderson? I suspect we're going all the way to a noble here. That's not huge pressure. He's missed double 12 there, Gary, by the looks of it. He's come inside double 12. But he will be back for double 6 if Ross doesn't get rid of this 156, which would be a monster out for the match. Well, and Gary will get 3 darts at double 6 with some pressure on because that 56 is very gettable. 2 darts required, and we do in fact go to a noble leg.
How's your nerve, Ross Smith?
I think we'll know very soon. This first visit might tell us. Yeah, either way, I think if Gary doesn't quite come through this, it certainly doesn't take the shine off what's been a good week, because, you know, it's a very competitive performance at a really good level against, let's be honest, a player who's played very well against him. You know, Ross Smith is a tough opponent for anybody on the tour.
What a darts leg this is.
Tight, isn't it?
Oh, this is brilliant from Ross Smith.
What have you got, Gary? Because you're going to need at least 2 trebles here.
Not enough.
Not enough. Not because Ross Smith's going to get 6 from 130. And he could just set this up here nicely. Oh, that's not as nice as he'd want to leave it, is it?
No.
While 72 is very gettable, you don't feel like that's what he played for, especially not when Gary's going to come back and do that. Because now there's a lot of pressure on this 72, because you'd back Gary for that 46, I think, the way he's playing at the minute. Oh, well done, Ross Smith.
That's
great game.
That's a lot
really
of goals. That 72 is tough because you may only get 1 dart at a double.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's come through really well there. I think that's a really big game for Ross Smith, that. Coming through against Gary Anderson, playing like Gary Anderson played there, with pressure on him, like he had to get that 72, because you'd have backed Gary coming back for 46 there, without a doubt, wouldn't you, with 3 darts in hand. Yeah, I think that was a really, really good performance there from Ross Smith.
Yeah.
John O'Shea finds a break early. He's 3-1 up against Super Mario. Steve Beaton and Jules Van Dongen just becoming a little bit more. Barney got through, did he?
Yeah, Barney is through.
6-2.
As is Simon Whitlock.
That game between Beaton and Jules Van Dongen's just becoming a little bit tight. Steve Beaton was 3-0 up there, and his average has just dropped. Now, Jules Van Dongen hasn't done anything a great deal special. I just think Beaton's game's just dropped off from where it was, and Van Dongen's managed to find a couple of breaks to throw, and that game is now looking like getting a little bit tight. Speaking of tight games, up on board 1, Luke Humphreys and Jose Justicia at 3. Oh, that is a game that's probably tighter than I guessed it would be going into it, I think.
Yeah, Mensur Sulovic is 6-3 winner. 97.5 average. That's very solid from Mensur Sulovic.
Yeah, tell you what, John O'Shea's playing some lovely stuff. John, he's 4-1 up. Darts in hand here. Opens with a max. Follows that up with a 96. So down to 225 after 6 darts. John O'Shea looking very, in very good shape today. Finds a ton 30 as well, so down to 95 after just 9 darts.
And Pete
Well, that could be a
Burgoyne has
tight
beaten
game.
Holland.
Ah, yes. Good result for him there. It's an interesting game warming up on board 2. I think my attire will show everybody, without me having to explain it, who I will be supporting. But Chris Dobie against Mervyn King has got the potential to be a really tight and quite interesting game if they both turn up there.
Yeah, agreed. I tell you what, this is a huge result for John O'Shea as well. He's 1 away, which would provisionally put him back into the World Championship race.
Yeah, and that is what it's all about at this time of year. And again, you know, I was chatting earlier about things I want to see on television this year. But again, John O'Shea on TV in a major, you know, televised event is what I'm here for. Absolutely. In fact, this win, Phil, if he comes through this would put him into that green spot.
And we all know it's the green spots on darts rankings where you want to be. And as well,
yeah,
the plus
and that is really
is the next set of events will have some dark green going on.
Oh yes, that's always an exciting time of year, isn't it? Love that.
Yeah.
It's
when they go dark green. When they go dark green.
Yeah. Once we know everyone, once your spot is guaranteed and you can't be undone, you are there. Your ticket is booked. What a start from Chris Dobie. But you matched quite well there by Merv. So interestingly enough, this is how tight it is at the minute to qualify for the World Championships. If John O'Shea wins this game, he will go from 33rd, sitting outside of qualification. He will immediately jump to 27th. That is how tight it is for the, you know, in terms of a couple £100 here, a couple of £100 there. A run from someone in that little collection of players who's still in there today. Steve Beaton, John O'Shea, Joe Mann and Nathan Rafferty. Any one of them gets through a few games and they really do give themselves a really solid chance. Steve Beaton just making sure today with that win that he's just nudging himself slightly further and deeper into that green section.
Is it me, or is Mickey Mansell gone into reverse? Because this Connor Scott game seems to have been going on for 4 days.
Yeah, it does. It does. I seem to remember talking about that a while ago and just thinking, like, well, it's nearly done, isn't it? And it's not at all nearly done.
I'm sure we've had 2 feature games we've spoken about since that one.
I think you're right. Definitely. So we've got our first player, just a little result. First player that's through to the last 32. Luke Humphreys comes to Jose Justicia, 6-3. So we do have our first player through to that board final. John O'Shea over the line, 6-2, gets the job done and does move provisionally into a green spot.
Cheers, Glenn. Thank you very much. Next stream games, Clements and Kist, Van der Voort against Barney. Oh. So, right, couple of questions. So, yeah, John O'Shea is now officially back in the green. So we had, where's Jeff Smith in the rankings for the world? I think he has work to do. Let's have a quick look.
I did have a look at that very recently. Let's do a little.
So no, he's not too. He has work to do. He's still in. So he is like $3,000 off of the spots at the moment.
Yeah, it's doable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's doable, but he'd need a good run today and the last two. Also, about Burnett, Burnett's got more work to do. He's about $12,000 off. So realistically, he needs to win one or a couple of finals just to get level. So yeah, he has a lot of work to do. But it's something we'd all love to see, I agree.
So Mickey Mansell is now perilously poised, just on that number 64 spot on the race to Minehead, to the Players' Championships. That 64 spot for Mansell looking very precarious today.
Yeah. Sorry, look. How we doing, Jack? Joe Price is astonishing. Look, for me, I think that the top three are genuinely in a league of their own at the moment.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Mickey Mansell, and this is bizarre, is now within one leg of winning this match, this never-ending game of darts with Connor Scott. He's 5-4 ahead. Scott hasn't found a treble in his first visit. Mickey Mansell might actually come through this game in a very, very bizarre twist of things. That looks like a bit of a game as well. Board 6, Martin Schindler and Danny Baggish. 2-2, both good averages, exchanging breaks of throw.
Yeah, that's on stream board 1 as well, so I've got my eye on it.
I haven't got any
Jonathan asked about JDZ could lose his card if he's not careful. JDZ's card is absolutely shot to bits. So right now is $17,000 off of keeping his card.
But also not playing in. What's he playing in to get some money? Nothing. Is he going to Minehead? Can't be, can he?
I would say my gut says no when he's that low.
That's it. He needs a huge lump of money, but I think he is a man that's pretty much run out of opportunities in order to get it.
Let's have a look.
Connor Scott needs 32 to force a noble leg. Well, and he takes it. So we've gone to noble there. Another hour.
At the moment, he is 3,700 off Minehead. And he is provisionally in the last World Championship spot on countback, but that is very, very precarious.
Yeah, 100%. The tell you what, Phil, is there more Dutch players playing today than I've seen in a Pro Tour?
There's been loads this weekend.
There's like so
been a
many.
real
Like
Dutch
it's great to
invasion.
see, but yeah, like it's great to see. But like, have they put a coach on or something?
Package
a coach to Barnsley. Yeah, just straight over the sea, coming at Hull, down to Barnsley, off we go. Unbelievable. Mickey Mansell finds a 180, 140, then a ton in the noble leg here. So Mickey Mansell down to 81 after 9 darts. Connor Scott back on 304. Mickey Mansell is going to get at least 6 from 81. And he will have to do something dramatically poor to not get over the line here. Oh, 44. Mickey Mansell down to 37. See if there's any pressure going to come on that.
Oh, as well. Did you see the some of the ticket pricing for the Fury Chisora fight?
Yeah, it's embarrassing, I think. I think it's silly. I have, you know me, I'm a boxing fan. I like to go, I like to attend, I like to be there. But I'm not there. It's just silly. I half get this, there was nobody else available. You go through one by one, the top 8, and, none of them are available, so you end up with number 9. Fine, they fought before, but, it just becomes a circus when you look at, the ticket prices. I find it insulting, to be honest. It's not something I can get on board with.
But it's not a good fight. Yeah, look.
Nah.
I fully understand why they've got to get Fury out. That's not an issue. Look, there are plenty of other champions that have taken really naff fights. So look, I understand I need to get him out. But the other thing is I don't get the gamble of going to the Spurs Stadium is the best in the country, but it doesn't have a roof. So you're doing an
outside
stadium on the 3rd of December.
And I just think it's a proper risk that it's a real. But I don't know. So slightly away from boxing, me and Mrs. Simpson last night we were having a look at some bits and bobs of things to do with the kids and things, and we looked at tickets to go to Arctic Monkeys tickets, and they were 250 quid a ticket. So I don't know. Then I don't know. Is that just the price of things now? Is it? Am I just old and therefore look at things like that and go, oh, I remember the day when you could go to a concert for 30 quid. I don't know. It's because we 250 quid. I thought, oh, maybe that's just the price of things now. Maybe. Don't know. I'm not happy with it though. Tell you what, Phil, that is some comeback from 2-0 down from Nathan Rafferty against Johnny Clayton.
It is.
He's made a real match of that. Luke Woodhouse, 3-1 on a break ahead against Jose de Souza.
Yeah, as well. Danny says, do you see anyone voluntarily withdrawing their tour card this year? Yeah, I do. Look, I think a lot will... Look, whilst they've still got the dream of the World Championships and that World Championship qualifier, no one will. But when you haven't, I think there will be decisions to be made for some. Because of the other options available, I think there is a type of player in a certain bracket that have a decision to make.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think, and I think more so now than ever before. There's just so much else available, so many other options open to people that people just have things to consider that they never had to think about before. Like it was sort of, you only really had one consideration to make, whereas now there's 3 or 4, and also I think, not just where do you go and play darts, but just general, the way that people can provide themselves income attached to the sport of darts. Like that's also developing as well. So I just think there's more considerations than ever before. This is good from Dobie, 5-2 ahead now. Just seems to be edging out Merv here.
Martin Schindler has just beaten Danny Baggish on the stream board as well. 102 average for the wall. Danny says, do you think it's bad in Ireland? Bands 10 only come to Dublin. So imagine 80 quid a ticket and 40 quid to travel up there. Look, they're a business at the end of the day. It's the same as everyone else. It's like if you can maximise your earning potentials by going somewhere, you're going to do it.
Yeah, I quite agree.
Interesting one from Jonathan, and he says, "What's your World Championship final right now, in your opinion, gents?" So
right. It's definitely, in my opinion, it's definitely Michael Van Gerwen against another. Is my view, and I think I could probably spend 45 minutes talking myself in and out of 4, maybe 5 different names that's on the other side of that it potentially could be. But I think the only thing that's certain for me this year is where my 50 pence will be, well, has already gone, is that it will be Michael Van Gerwen versus somebody.
Yeah, I agree. And look, the final that I'd love over that format is Michael Van Gerwen against Gerwyn Price. Sadly, that can't happen at the moment. So
no.
we need Gezi to go back to our number 1. Because as it stands, they would be in the final.
Yeah, in order to get first against third, like that's the only way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of, you can do a bit of fantasy booking, can't you, in terms of looking at what, and I know that all the seedings are subject to change, some quite considerably between now and the World Championships kicking off. But there are some very interesting little curveballs that some of those seeds will be presenting.
Yeah. So far this year, the ones that have made me laugh is the 7-1 on Michael to win the World Grand Prix, and you could get 7 or 8s. I'm not sure what it is now, but it was around. You could get 7 or 8s for the World Championship as well.
I got 5s. That's what I got. Which I still think, I still think 5-1 on Michael Van Gerwen winning any darts tournament ever is a massive price. It's huge.
Yeah, I'd say I got 7 with Boyles for the Grand Prix. It was just ridiculous.
That's an impressive one. 6-0. Jan van Veen against Kevin Burness. 6-0. The bagel has been served up.
And Johnny Clayton has produced some brilliant stuff when he needed it there.
Yeah, complete madness, isn't it? Like, unbelievable. What a weird game that was. Really strange.
See, Glenn, I don't buy into that. His form, he had one shite Euro Tour. The rest of it, he just won the Premier League and the World Match Play and a World Series event. I didn't get everyone questioning his form. Okay, he might not have been in tip-top shape, but it certainly wasn't horrific form heading in there. Jose de Sousa has just been pumped as well, 6-1 by Luke Wood has.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. He's just got the 6th one in there. Like, there's an interesting one for just while there's nothing really vital on the edge of anything there. What do you see? You know, the next 12 months. What do you think the next 12 months has in store for Jose de Sousa? Because he's had a very strange 2 years, hasn't he? I think a really weird 2 years in terms of moments of absolutely like staggering monster wins, and then some bordering on embarrassing performances that you wouldn't expect to see down the local. Like, what do you think the next year or so has in store for him?
I'm concerned because although he's found moments of form and we're seeing one or two of those big averages again, the highs are high, but the dips are still too big. Where we've seen it on the Euro Tour, it'll go and average 105 when you think super darts, and then he crashes the next game with an 83. The dips are too big for me at the moment. And the fact that he's defending money, and we said this earlier, that defending money brings a different kind of pressure. And the fact that as it stands at the moment, he's not in the Grand Slam, so we'll instantly lose that money off of his ranking and everything. Look, I'm concerned right now for Jose.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree on all fronts with you, right?
No, Glenn, his draw wasn't poor. We looked at his draw. Don't get me wrong. Price had the nicer side of the draw, but MVG was in the bottom quarter, and looking at it, there was no way he wasn't going to make the semi-final.
Jose needs to go for tops more often. Yeah, tell you what, I'll never forget. One of my the only thing I do thank Jose de Sousa for, like one of my most fun darts memories ever, was that night in Milton Keynes. First night back after COVID, the Premier League. Remember that it was the first night everyone had got to be in a room for darts, and he took that 120 out with tops, and there was only about 1,000 people in there, and you'd have thought that there was 20,000. It was absolutely bonkers. And it was, I'll always quite like the fact that he did that and provided that for me.
I remember that first night in Milton Keynes back, because it was interesting that there were still restrictions in place, and it was billed as, look, yes, fans are back, but you still need to behave, and you still need to do this, and you still need to do that. And the first part, it was quite quiet, and people forgot what they were doing. 3 games in, we had congas round the table again, and security had just given up. And it was just like, get on with it.
Yeah, the problem is, so we noticed, as I said, I was lucky enough to be there, like first night back, and lucky enough to be on a table about 3 chairs back from the stage. But what we did, needless to say, is the people relaxed the more that those very large jugs of ale kept getting dropped onto the tables. It did seem to loosen people up a little bit.
It was like people had kind of forgotten how the songs and all that went, and they forgot when they were meant to cheer and stuff like that. And it was like, this is interesting. And the security were quite tight when you left your seat, you start to put your mask on and things like that. But literally, by game 3, we had congas and beers. It was like security just give up, and they were like, "Well, sod this."
Yeah, just nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. It's just happening. Yeah, great trip that. Really good. Right, let's have a quick dip into what's going on. Ted Everts 3-2 up on Cameron Menzies, and Suter having a good run as well. 3-2 up on Florian Hempel. Barry Van Peer just getting over the line. 6-4 on Gert de Vos. Rob Cross averaging 105. 4-2 up on Rob Muhlenkamp. Obviously, because of the dropouts and those that have chosen to not play today. Oh.
Pictures are on the screen board, and we all know who it is.
There he is. There he is.
Have a look at these darts. God was talking about him the other day. I didn't see him on the stream. Let's have a look.
I'll tell you what, they've got off to a flyer. Vincent's off to a flyer. 140, 140, 140, 81 left after 9. There we go, Barney. Come along with this. Takes it out as well. Bang, bang. Off you go.
Have some of that.
What a start. Vincent opens with an 11-dart hold of throw. Barney can only find a 49 in his first visit with the darts in hand. So definitely advantage to the big man here.
The question as well was asked, how much is Jose defending and how much will he lose if he's not at the Grand Slam? He's defending 125,000 ranking points, as Gerwin Price would say.
Which is quite a lot, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it would be looking at the state and looking at the sort of the form that we've seen in the last 18 months from, I suppose, typically the 11 to 14 at the minute. Humphreys, Aspinall, Vandenberg and Cullen. Like that's 11 to 14, those 4 players. And the form that we've seen from them in the last 12 to 18 months, it whilst Jose de Sousa is 6th on the order of merit at the minute, for me personally, find it very, very difficult to see him in the top 10 this time next year. I just think there's too much form and talent underneath him that's finding a level of consistency that he hasn't. I just think unless he wins something massive, I think he'd have to go and win one big thing. I just can't see him in the top 10 this time next year.
Yeah.
Whitlock after a faster start. So we've seen an absolutely monster performance earlier today from Stephen Bunting in his opening match with that absolute destruction. But Simon Whitlock 3-0 up on the bullet here, and Stephen Bunting looking half the player that he did in his opening match. The Wizard already halfway to the last 32.
Right, so if Jose misses the Grand Prix, he will instantly drop he only drops a couple of places. Oh no, sorry, no, my fault. No, he doesn't. No. I was taking off 25 grand, not 125. Oh, dear. It's been a long weekend.
Yeah,
348. Yeah, so after if he doesn't get to the slam, he instantly drops to 15.
Big drop, that, isn't it? Huge.
Yeah.
And the issue is, like I said, you look at like the ones I named there from 11 to, you look at 11 to 14, Humphries, Aspinall, Vandenberg, Cullen, hard to see him having a bigger, like, in all honesty, hard to see him having a more productive year than any one of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Raymond van Barneveld just picking up the pace there, and after having gone one down, has found a break of throat and is now 2-1 up with a break against Vincent van der Voort. Vincent can't find a treble on his first visit to the hockey, so definitely advantage Barney in this one.
Yeah. Jamie, yeah, look, I changed the ranking system all day long. I don't like a 2-year cycle. Something that you did 23 months ago should have no bearing on your current status.
So, just another interesting game that's just getting kicked off, Phil. It's Adrian Lewis against Joe Mernon, because Joe Mernon is the highest ranked player that's still in today on that road, both to the World Championships and to get to the Players' Championship finals in Minehead. So he's £1,200 off the World Championships, and I think he's exactly the same amount off a trip to Minehead as well. Maybe not quite so much. Yeah, same amount. So he's £1,000 off. So of the players that are left in today, Joe Mernon is the one that's closest to mounting an attack on those players in green, and he's taken the opening leg off Adrian Lewis. So Joe Mernon felt a player that definitely could stake a claim and just nudge out the Mickey Mansell spot at the Worlds.
Yeah, can't remember. Someone asked about the star on Christian Kist's shirt. It's for his Lakeside title.
Steve Beaton. We're going to start 2-1 up on MODUS Rasma. Some interesting games there. Stephen Bunting just managed to find a break of throw and a hold to pull that 3-0 deficit he was facing against Simon Whitlock back to 3-2. Still advantage to Whitlock in that one, but Stephen Bunting is not going away just yet. Ron Meulenkamp fighting his way back in as well against Rob Cross. Rob Cross has looked very strong today, got off to a good start here, averaging 102 now, but Ron Meulenkamp can't find here on his own throw a treble in his first 2 visits. Cross opens with a 140, so even though he's throwing against the darts, Rob Cross 100 points ahead here and looking like he's going to get plenty of opportunities at match darts and a spot in the last 32 today.
Yeah.
Steve Vinton, another break there, 3-1 up now on MODUS Rasma.
After this one, after the Dirts game, we will show Mensa and Wade. It's a tasty little one. Thank you very much, Juanita. If you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like as well. As we etch towards that 30k subscriber mark, Dan. It's in sight.
It is, and do you know what's really exciting is it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel a really long time ago that we were having talks about getting to 10. Do you remember? We like it's really exciting, isn't it? It's massive out like that, how quickly things have come along. Because it doesn't seem a long time ago that we were having those chats, giving everyone a nudge to get up to 10,000. Absolutely top stuff getting up to 30. That's amazing. Rob Cross over the line, 6'4", averaging 102. Rob Cross is looking really well today, and he felt just going about his business in a sort of professional manner, averaging 100, not really having to do anything outrageous, just getting through these games in quite a professional manner. Could go a bit deep today, Rob Cross, if he gets into a bit of form.
Yeah, exactly. Just a couple of scores we may have missed. We'll give you a rundown of them. Luke Humphreys 6-3 win over Jose Justicia. Florian Hempel beats Alan Suter 6-4. Ted Everts 6-2 win over Cameron Menzies. Luke Peters beating William O'Connor 6-3. We've done those ones, we know them. Damon Hetter's run continues. He averages 111 in a 6-3 win over Thomas Lovely. Wesley Placier is beating Jake Jones.
Oh,
Jeff Smith is into the last 32. Good run from the silencer.
Speaking of a good run, Phil, all of a sudden, Vincent van der Voort has found 3 legs on the bounce here, and he's finding big finishes, multi-dart combinations. He's found in that last leg there against the darts, found a 140 and a 180 at exactly the right time. Came back and got rid of 88 and is now a break ahead of Raymond van Barneveld, who against the darts can't find a treble on his opening visit to the hockey. Vincent van der Voort looking very, very comfortable here from nowhere.
Richie Burnett going about his business again. Richie Burnett, good run to the last 16 yesterday. Into the last 64 again today.
Yeah, and again, with the greatest of respect to everybody there, like if you could pick your opponent in the next round, Eddie Lovely being your top half, but have played. He's not one that you're not going to panic about it. It's not like you're going through the second round all of a sudden you've got to play Gary Anderson. He could get the opportunity, Richie Burnett, just to play himself into a bit of form this afternoon and go on a bit of a run.
Yeah.
This is going tight, this in the feature game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wilkinson finding a break at exactly the right time because now he does have the darts in hand. If he can find a big opening visit here, then he can almost take it out of Dirk's hands. And that is not the visit he will have wanted, because don't forget, if he can't hold his show for the match here, Dirk van Dijvenbode will go into a potential noble leg with the darts. So Wilkinson is going to need to find a big visit, and a big visit fast. Might not be big enough. Stephen Bunting played his way into that game 4-all now with Simon Whitlock. So from Whitlock looking very comfortable at 3-0 up, that's looking like a proper tight game. As is Scott Williams and Ross Smith, who were also tied up. They are 3-all in that game on board 7.
Yeah,
and
John O'Shea's had a sluggish.
4. Go on, Phil.
I say John O'Shea's had a sluggish one here as well. 2-0 down to Ricardo Petresco, only averaging 67.
Yeah, I've got that one. I know he started this leg a bit better. He's managed to set off with a ton and an 80-foot, but Ricardo starts with a 140, so John O'Shea up against it. He is lifting that average up, but these games are such a short format that if you have a slow start, you make life very difficult for yourself.
Yeah.
Richie Burnett as well, just as we were saying that he had half a chance of going on a bit of a run. Eddie Lovely moves very quickly to a 2-0 early lead with an early breaker throw. A big, big difference in the averages there in that game. Barney just fighting his way back as well. At 4-2 back, it looked like Vincent was going to really, really kick on, but Barney just clawing his way back into this. 4-all, and this one has got tight again. What a game this. John O'Shea slips to 3 down now. He had opportunities there. He had darts at a break and couldn't take them, and it is now a very, very uphill battle, the Joker.
Yeah.
That's not the way you want to start again. Sean Wilkinson, that's a couple of legs in a row. He's not being able to find a treble in his first visit, and he's just letting Van Duijvenbode in when he had all the opportunities there to get this one done, Sean Wilkinson. Not letting him off the hook, that 140, 140. Going to need a monster visit, Wilkinson, here to put some pressure on, trying to swing the balance. And a 28 is far from adequate. So it very much looks here like we've got a done deal. Oof. He did it all in one bash. Wilkinson, you've got to think he needs a 180 here. Nothing else will do. Nothing but a max. And 56 will certainly not. It has absolutely crumbled there. Sean Wilkinson, from being within just a couple of darts of going through to the next round, he's had a complete nightmare. That's fallen apart there. Meanwhile, tell you what, there's a bit of action on all over at the minute because we've got a noble leg. Stephen Bunting, who don't forget was 3-0 down, has forced a noble leg with Simon Whitlock. He's kicked off 177, 100, 140. He's missed double 12 for the match, Stephen Bunting. But Whitlock's on 140. Stephen Bunting is going to get 3 darts at double 6. With Whitlock back on 140. So Bunting, he's bust the 12. So Whitlock, having been 3-0 up and all the way back at this noble leg now, we have 3 darts to get rid of 140 for the match. This one is going tight. Oh, he's gone close. He's put 100 in. So Bunting again comes back to the hockey for double 6. 12 points left, but Whitlock now down needing just tops. So Bunting has got the pressure on this time that wasn't there last time.
Yeah.
See what Bunting can do.
I'll tell you. Vincent van der Voort has averaged north of 102.
174 against the darts in that last leg as well. Van der Voort is massive, just doing the right things at the right time, as his good friend would say. Whitlock's missed 3 darts at tops for the match. This is a catastrophe. So this noble leg between Bunting and Whitlock. Stephen Bunting so far has bust 3 darts at 12, and then he's gone 3 darts outside the board at 12. Now he's gone 3 darts at 12 and ended up on 3. Goodness me, Simon Whitlock, having missed 3 match darts, will now get 3 at 10. You're going to go for double 5. He may get a chance to split it because he's got 3. He takes that out in 2 darts. Simon Whitlock through to the next round. That last leg, Bunting opened with a 177. Then missed 9 match darts. Absolutely bonkers.
But again, that's Stephen Bunting's in a bit of a similar boat to Jose de Souza at the moment. What we said earlier, the highs are ridiculous. And we saw that in the last round. But then it goes from a big ton-topping average to, what was that, 89, 90? The swings are just huge at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, Menchis just noticed that ahead 3-2 on James Wade. Menchis looked really good today, Phil. And he's got 25, he's got 3 darts to get rid of 25 here to break and go 4-2 ahead. So, and he takes that 25 out. Menchis two breaks up, because he's 4-2 ahead with the darts in hand here. So 2 breaks up for Menchis and looking really good today. Probably better than I've personally seen him or commentated on him playing for a long time.
Yeah, agreed. I agree.
John O'Shea with some pressure on Petrescu here, but Petrescu has 3 darts at tops to move 4-1 ahead. He can't take them though, so it's a big moment for John O'Shea here. He's got 32 and he's got 3 darts to get them for a break of throw. Really clawed his way back into this match here, Phil, John O'Shea. And if he can get rid of it, he can't. He only scores 8. Oh, that was tough, because that was a real opportunity to get himself right back into this game. Petrescu takes double 10 out first dart, 4-1. His short format's massive, isn't it, Phil? If you get a couple of darts to break and you don't take them, you can find yourself way behind really quickly.
Yeah, completely.
So we've got a noble leg between Smith and Scott Williams. Ross Smith and Scott Williams. Ross Smith against the darts here, but in the driving seat, down to 138 after 12. Williams back on 240. So Ross Smith will get 3 darts at 138 in this noble leg. Williams on 145. So both around the same. It's either going to be a big checkout or getting close and hoping your opponent doesn't get rid of it for both of them. Ross Smith gets himself down to 40. So Scott Williams needs 145 in this noble leg to stop Ross Smith getting. Oh, he's missed the bull. He's took 120. He's left himself 25. He's missed the bull there, Scott Williams. Ross Smith needs only 1 dart to take out tops, and Ross Smith comes through that noble leg to win 6-5. And that's another interesting one there, Phil, because having started the day outside of the Players' Championship final green spots. Did he? Let me have a look. Yeah, having started the day outside, he's now looking relatively likely, Ross Smith, for a trip to Minehead. Noble legs all over the place here. Kim Hybricks and Darius Labanauskas, they too are at 5-all. Labanauskas has just missed double 16 for the match, but Hybricks is going to need to take out 7, and he can't. So Labanauskas has got 3 darts at double 8 to stop Hybricks coming back for 38. So 3 match darts for Labanauskas here at double 8. You'd probably back him, I think. Oh, but he misses all 3 outside the board. So Hybricks comes back for 38. You've got to imagine he hasn't left that on purpose.
Yeah, quick couple of ones. So actually, we'll let you do the noble first, then I'll go through some bits.
Yeah, so we'll see what Hybricks can do with his 38. He's got 3 darts to get rid of them. It's taken a little bit of time to update. He seems to have been waiting, and he does. It needs all 3 darts to get rid of them. So we're not sure if he's been around the houses, split it, or done something more interesting. But Kim Hybricks takes the 38 out, wins the noble leg, and is a 6-5 winner over Darius Labanauskas.
Yeah, Nikki asked about the Germans. So already through to the last 32, we have Florian Hempel, Martin Schindler, Gabriel Clements are all through so far. And also, Ricardo Petresco is looking good. And Max Hopp is 2-1 up as well. So, not a bad day for the Germans so far. I just had a look at the football scores. Well, talk about throw your manager under the bus. He gets sacked, and now Villa are winning 3-0.
Are they really?
Yeah, 3-0 up on Brentford.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Goodness me. Mind you, my fantasy team's looking all right because I've got Bailey. He's got a goal and assist. So that'll do nicely. Who scored for Leeds? Arsenal. Yeah, okay. The most important game's later on, isn't it, Phil?
Yeah.
That's the big one. I promised my lad we've got a table booked at the local pub. He's an innovation, right? So our pub now, not only can you book a table for to go for a meal, you can now book a table for a sports event with a view of the TV. You can book the table you want. So my best mate, him and his son are Spurs fans. So me and my lad are going round to watch with those two. We're going to get a bucket of chicken wings and enjoy that.
Nice.
In about 20 minutes or so.
Superb.
Mickey Mantle against Callan Ridge. Another noble leg, Joe Mernon. So Joe Mernon has missed, by my count so far, 4 match starts against Adrian Lewis here. And again, this is Joe Mernon is one of those guys that is within a couple of wins at these events away from a spot at the World Championships and at Minehead. But Adrian Lewis needs 116 to win this match with Joe Mernon back on the big fish. Oh, Adrian Lewis, that's naughty. Adrian Lewis takes out the 116 to snatch that game from Joe Mernon, who missed 4 match darts himself. And Adrian Lewis comes from behind, just doing enough to get over the line. And Adrian Lewis, Phil, is, I still think, a really, really interesting prospect this year. It just seems to, because everybody knows what he's capable of. He just seems to be finding it in those little windows of time where he finds it, seem to be getting longer and longer. Those windows seem to be getting bigger in which it clicks for him. There's just lots of darts in the next couple of months, and I still feel like he could do a bit of something. I still really do.
Yeah, but it's like Gary though, isn't it? It's the hope that kills you.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely. He's another one. Like Minehead last year, and I was convinced. I was in the room in that arena, and I was absolutely convinced that Adrian Lewis was going right to the end. I thought he was going to be a finalist, and then because everybody loves it, so you got a room full of people all backing him, all wanting Eddie to do it. And you're right, it is the hope that kills you. You just get it. You spend so long convincing yourself it can happen, just before it doesn't. You finally start to believe, and then it comes crashing down, doesn't it?
Oh, crashes down like a ton of bricks.
And Mencia gets the job done against James Wade, and some of those big names, Phil, are just slipping out a little bit today. We've only got a couple of the top 10 left today, so it's another interesting one where, depending on how things go, we could see, let's say, some interesting semi-finals. We could see some semi-finalists today that we don't see on the regular making Pro Tour semi-finals, just the way this draw is unfolding.
Yeah.
It looks like they're having a bit of a consolidation, because that Humphrey-Zonnevel match has been warming up last 32 for a long, long time. And it looks like they're just having a bit of a consolidation with the other matches to get them brought into line again. But this won't surprise many, to know that we are an absolute mile behind on Mickey Mansell's board.
You sound surprised. You said one name.
Yeah, mile behind on Mickey Mansell's board. Jim Williams looking strong as well. That's 5-2 up on Jermaine Watamina. Right, let's have a look. What have we got? So, but I tell you what, there's some good, solid matches in this next round, this round of 32. Dobie against Whitlock's interesting. Like, I fancy that one. What else have we got? Let's have a look. Oh, we've got an all-German clash on board six. Board final is Martin Schindler against Big Gabriel Clemens. That's a canny little game. Oh, I tell you what, this is a proper good lineup, you know, the next round. So we've got the German derby on board 6, Schindler and Clemens. We've got the Smith derby on board 7, Michael Smith against Ross Smith. We've got some of today's and recent big performances just coming that last round. Board 9, Damon Hetta against Vincent van der Voort. Some proper good matches. Adrian Lewis against Luke Woodhouse in the next round. I think there's some really, really interesting games in that next round.
Yeah.
Jim Williams just getting over.
We will watch the end of this one and then we'll switch to the Callum Ridge game. I know people in the chat room are asking, we'll watch the conclusion of this one because it's closer to an end and then we'll switch over. How are we doing? Fred and Laura says, Maisie has just stormed away with a laughing face. She will be chewing it out now. He may stay in the UK. Bless Maisie. Look, the plus points is he's back in green in the World Championship race.
That's the biggest thing, I think, at the minute for a lot of players. It's just making sure that they are there at the Ali Pali. I will be there as well this year, Phil. It's a long time since I'm going to get down.
Have you secured some tickets?
Yeah, I'm there and I'm taking Billy. It's the first time he'll have been, so I needed to get tickets for an afternoon session because I got snookered this year at the match play because it didn't line up with the school holidays. Normally the match play is the first week of the school holidays and the dates just didn't line up this year. So the match player was the last week of school, so I couldn't really take him out of school to go to the darts. That would be frowned upon. So we're going to go down. We're there on the 21st. So we're having to rely a little bit on what the schedule might be because obviously we don't know who we're going to get to go and see. But it will be his first ever trip to the darts, his first time. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Did you not have one of those reusable COVID cartridges where you can... Oh, he's got COVID, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, not. It's just, you know, it's such a risk though. It's not that. It's like, it's getting caught in it. Like, it's social media and everything. All of a sudden, someone snaps a picture and checks in with me. Or something, you know, oh, I just bumped into Dan. Oh, no. And also, doing what I do for a living and including Mrs. Simpson in that as well. And I just think, you know, you end up hovering around, like, potentially becoming Matt Hancock, don't you? Like, you know, like, those that make the rules shouldn't break the rules. That's the it's a difficult
Dan
one.
walks down to do his press conference. I wasn't aware of any rule breaking going on.
It would be just like be in the Daily Mail or so, just a picture of me at Ali Pali with that beer in each hand and a 7-year-old that I've let nick off school.
Yeah, there's you giving like that, and then there's Billy on the table.
Yeah, with a beer in each hand. Yeah, dear me. So we're just see. I can't work out this Callum Ridge Mickey Mansell game. Like, it's another one, isn't it? Where, like, it's like they're off, like, between throws, nipping for nipping the loo, nipping for a cig, and then I'll throw 3 more. And then, like, I don't know how it can take this long. I mean, the standard isn't amazing either, but good God.
Oh, Callan.
Yeah, tough. So we are underway now. I think they've given up on the concept of even trying to get board 11 back level with everybody else. And we have got underway now in our round of 32 board finals. And again, I think some absolute bangers in this set of matches. Dobie and Whitlock particularly, I think, looks a good game, as does on today's form, Hetten and Van der Voort. Gian van Veen, who smashed 6-0 his last round, gets nicked at the first opportunity by Steve Beaton. And Steve Beaton finds a break of throw in the opening leg. So, off to a good start there, Steve Beaton.
To be fair, Dan, we put this game as the feature game because we thought they were holding the rest. Now they haven't. Are we switching it?
Yeah, I can't bear to watch that. It just drives me to distraction. Now, my personal preference, I'd go to board 2, but I just think let's get some wade in from the chat room and see who they want to see, maybe.
We have got a choice of 2 games. We will either go with Damon Hetta against Vincent van der Voort or Chris Dobie against Simon Whitlock. The first to 4 votes in the chat room, we will go with. Go, 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 go.
They tell you what, just mind you, just as you say that, the Smith Derby kicks off as well. And we've got a German derby. There's some proper big games in this. I tell you what, that's fairly yeah. Oh, it doesn't count if it's the same person.
Read the small print. Only 1 vote per person, but Hetta's got there anyway. So
yeah, he's got over the line there. I'll be watching enough Newcastle successes today anyway, so I don't need to watch one more.
How are we doing, Gob, as well? How far home are you?
Dobie actually off to a good start there, finds a break and goes 2-0 up in that one. Josh Rock as well, pinching that first one against Jeff Smith.
How are we doing, Colin?
I think it's happening. Have you noticed that Damon Hetta is both playing Vincent van der Voort and warming up to play Thomas Lovely? It's no wonder he's doing so well if he gets to enter all the tournaments twice, is it?
Yeah.
Does he get paid double?
Double bubble?
Is he on double pay for that? That's we've got another. I've just realised we've got another German derby in these board finals as well. Florian Hempel against Max Hopp. So we got loads of our European contingent in today. It seems to be a huge amount of Dutch and German players, not just playing but actually making it through to these last 32 games.
Yeah.
Josh Rock
did you visit
is not hanging around.
When you were there, did you visit the best shop at St Pancras? When you know, you know. Let's see if anyone in the chat room can guess. There is one amazing shop at King's Cross St Pancras.
We've got a Hamleys in there, haven't there?
You're on the right sort of lines and thought process, but it's not Hamleys. But I like the way your starting points. Your starting point's good.
Yeah, they have got a Hamleys toy shop in there. I was only there a week or 2 ago, actually. It's vast, isn't it? I get rinsed for. I was there with Mrs S, so I got rinsed for like posh cakes or whatever. We ended up having posh cakes and expensive coffees.
No, it's not, Jamie. It's not an over 18 shop. It is a shop that anyone can go to. You can also have a picture taken outside. There is a picture taking facility on the outside wall. That's a hint.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean now.
And it's relevant to the station. Have you worked it out, Dan?
Yeah, straight away. And it was because we'd been to the other place that's got the big shop. Like that's like it's like the equivalent of Tesco's, like for that like monster shop.
The chat room's got it. The Harry Potter shop.
So
they know.
Yeah. Platform 9 3/4.
You know.
Sign of good things to come from sport in Newcastle today as Christoby goes 3-0 up over Simon Whitlock. Not a vast difference in averages, but Dobie just getting his nose in front there. Whitlock is down to 40. He's going to get 3 darts at tops, and he can't do that. So Dobie now is coming back for 64 to potentially go 4-0 up here.
So sorry, Johnny.
Yeah. So what I'll do, Phil, I'll send you some pictures at some point this week. I'm off work this week, and I've ripped my downstairs bathroom out to put a new toilet, new sink. Anyway, we've got all the wallpapers being done, and it is glow in the dark Marauders map wallpaper.
Yes,
I just think you've got free license with a downstairs lab, haven't you? You can mess about all you want with the downstairs lab. It's like a clout room. So yeah, we've gone.
Huge fan.
So we're glow in the dark Marauders map. We've got the Mirror of Erebus or whatever that's called up in there. We've got it's fully themed, all tuned up Harry Potter.
Oh, I'll tell you what, we came up with a really good content idea, but we didn't have time to do it. I'm going to bring it back. I'll message you about this because you'll be in on this straight away. You'll like this. Actually, I'm going to WhatsApp it to you now so you can see your reaction. And see if you think it's a goer.
Oh yes, that's class. I like that. Yeah. I've also got a house full of kids that take part in that. Yeah, absolutely, definitely. Yeah, what a cool idea that is. Up for that. Good stuff. Right. Let's have a back
to the darts. Josh Rock, he's doing Josh Rock things. It's another 10 darter from. I don't want to call him Rocky because I'm not a fan of people taking other people's nicknames. I said the same about Louis Williams. There's only one Rocky, and that's the King of Cosham.
Yeah. But I tell you what, that's a good start for Ross Smith as well. 2-1 up on Michael in the Smith derby.
Yeah, Johnny Clayton's raced into a 2-0 lead on Kim Hybrex, averaging 103.5.
Oh, he's also, Ross Smith, got 3 darts at tops to go 3-1 up and really start to kick on. If he can get rid of this 40 in 3, he does. He only needs 2 to do it. So Ross Smith, 3-1 up on Michael Smith. And that is a fantastic start. Dobie up to 4-1 ahead now. Steve Beaton, 3-2 up on Jan Van Veen, who's getting a much tougher ride of it in this round than he got in the last. And the other early break comes from Johnny Clayton, averaging 104, just shy of, against Kim Hybrex, who's gone 2-0 up.
Callum Ridge is back to 4 apiece with Mickey Mansell. But yeah, I think that's a cracking idea, don't you?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, Jeff, Josh rocks at the world. Don't worry about that.
Oh, yeah. And a really interesting one as well, because you don't quite know what you're going to see, do you? Like, we could see something quite special from him. Damon Heta ahead 4-1 against Vincent van der Voort. I think based on the way that they both played this afternoon, that was looking like it could be a bit of a tight one. Vincent has just missed 3 darts at tops to level it up. So it looks like Vincent is his own worst enemy here. Damon on 90. He takes this out. It's a very, very long way back from Vincent. Oh, he's gone around the houses there, Damon Heta. He's left himself 5. So Vincent's still in with a chance of getting something out of this and making a game of it. Mickey Mansell and Callum Ridge still not close to finishing.
Yeah. Right, there's none in the immediate danger of finishing. So we are going to grab a quick ad break. Dan has got to drop off because he's got stuff to do with the family this afternoon, but pleasure to have you on for just over an hour or so, mate. Always a pleasure.
No bother. I'll catch up with you shortly.
Welcome back to the Super Series Live, everyone. Massive thanks to Dan for jumping on for a little bit this afternoon. Players' Championship is in full swing here, and the Smith Derby is being dominated by Ross Smith right now. 5-1 up on Bully Boy Michael Smith. Also around the boards, Johnny Clayton, 4-1 up, averaging 113. Josh Rock absolutely smashing it as well, 107 average for him. Adrian Lewis taking the 8 as Luke Wood has. As well, Callum Ridge is 1 away from beating Mickey Mansell. He's 5-4 up. Oh, sorry, I forgot to put it back on. My bad. Sorry, guys. Forgot to flick the button. John O'Shea lost Daniel. Steve Beaton is on the cusp now as well. Gabriel Clements is winning the All-German affair. He's 5-2 up on Martin Schindler. Johnny Clayton, his average is 110, and he is on the hill, 5-1 up on Kim Hybrex. Ricardo Petresco 1 up on Luke Peters. Luke Peters has a bit of a stinker in the opening leg. Ted Everts 3 up on Eddie Lovely. Mentor Sudovic 1 up on Barry Van Peer. Max Hopp 2-1 up in the other All-German affair, and Damon Hetter has just beaten Vincent van der Voort 6-2 as he pins 33 in 3 darts. 98 match average for the heat, 93.66 for Vincent. That one's going to be over soon. Let's have a little bit of jackpot as our feature game. Oh, bless Maisie. Kenny Nealon's 5-3 up on Wesley Placia. Barry Van Peer just leveled up against Mensur Sulovic, 1 apiece. Jackpot's missed an opportunity here. Should be 2, but it's level at 1 apiece. Then says Johnny wins today. Look, he's playing some beautiful stuff. Kenny Neons is over the line, 6-3 over Wesley Placia. And the other feature game, Ross Smith is just doing enough right now, 5-2 up and in a very good position. Michael Smith, I said he was in a good position, but obviously Dark Connect changes before we see the stream. Ross Smith has, what's he done here? Leaves 43, so my guess is Michael Smith hits something big-ish here. Leaves 86. So, yeah, my guess is that Ross Smith misses. Oh, he's missed a big number. Going for a single 11 to leave 32. He's gone in the double 11, so only gets 1 dart. That's where it's all gone wrong. And talking of going wrong, we said Adrian Lewis should have been 2 up. He's just been broken. The number 1 seed, Luke Humphreys, is 5-4 up. As I say that, he's just won it 6-4. Final leg is done. Leg number 10. He beats Neil Zonneveld. Sorry. Rob Cross. He's got to wait around a little bit. He's 2-0 up on Jim Williams. Martin Schindler is fighting back here. Gabriel Clements was in complete control, but the averages from Clements has steadily dropped here, and Martin Schindler is back within one. But Clements does get over the line. 6-4 winner over his World Cup teammate. Also, the other all-German game, Max Hopp 4-1 up on Florian Hempel. Five 5-1 now. Menzel Sulovic 2-1 up on Berry Van Peer. Adrian Lewis broke straight back and now looks set to go 3-2 in front. Tum 180 from Jackpot. Dirk van Duivenbode and Callan Rids warming up, and Ross Smith has beaten Michael Smith 6-3, 94.5 average for Smudger. Smith not really at the races, only averaged 91.38. Also, Eddie Lovely will not be bageled. He has one back against Ted Everts, Luke Peters, 2 apiece with Ricardo Petresco. As Jackpot looks at 56. Doesn't go. But not really pressured. As Adrian Lewis pins 5-5 at the second time of asking. Good run for beating, yeah, absolutely. Max Hopp has beaten Florian Hempel 6-1. It's a ton top in average for Max Hopp as well. That's something that we haven't seen an awful lot of, but averages is 100.58 in this one. Jim Williams is back level with Rob Cross. The Rob Cross average is taking a nosedive. It's now below 90. Adrian Lewis has the Luke Woodhouse dart under some pressure here. But a 2 treble visit from Woodhouse gives him an opportunity, unless but Woodhouse has missed. Lewis 56 for 4-2, and it is a 2-leg lead for Jackpot. It's a break of throw. Jackpot looking good here, averaging over the 95 mark. That was good to see from Hop. Yeah, no, look, Max has a game in there. We just don't see it enough, and we haven't seen it enough recently. But look, the likelihood is Max Hop will lose his tour card. Hopefully he can go get it back and start with a clean slate. Can Lewis set up this 176? And the answer is yes. 140 to leave double 18 unless Luke Woodhouse can produce the biggest fish of all. And he can't. So Adrian Lewis looking at double 18 for 5-2. Goes last dart in hand. Luke Woodhouse now has no room for error. Has to be perfect. Adrian Lewis on the verge of the last 16. Is 3 Pro Tour wins enough for a Grand Slam? Oh, I don't know. It should be. But it all gets messy. Excuse me. Ricardo Petresco, 4-2 up now as well. He has a break against Luke Peters. So it's not that one. We've just seen that one, guys. So stream 2 was just telling me it was Jeff Smith against Josh Rock. So we've seen that one. Can we have another slide, please? Luke Humphries, Chris Dobie on stream board 2. Luke Woodhouse has one back, but now Adrian has the darts. So point of no return for Woodhouse, has to be perfect, but Lewis starts with a 2 treble visit. But Woodhouse responds. Back-to-back 140s. Only a 96. I say only, but in this situation, it's not enough from Woodhouse. Lewis leaves a finish, but it could have been better. But can't leave a finish. So Adrian Lewis has all the time in the world. Adrian Lewis has made hard work of this leg. Went off back-to-back 140s and then 57, 84 and 40. Has given Woodhouse a chance here. Should have been nowhere near this leg, but is. Can he convert the chance? Yes is the answer. Back to within 1. Adrian Lewis only has himself to blame. So, are we going to go all the way in the feature game? Adrian Lewis has put himself in this opportunity. This one should have been done. Yeah, fabulous result for Ricardo Petresco. His 6-2 winner over Luke Peters. He moves into the last 16. So, Lewis, 161. Woodhouse needs 2 trebles. Finds better, finds 3. What a time for a maximum. This 161 may have to go, Adrian. Luke Woodhouse has carved out the opportunity with a brilliantly timed max. And last dart in hand, Luke Woodhouse sends us to the Noble, the 11th and final leg. Adrian does have the darts. Jim Williams has beaten Rob Cross 6-3 in that one, 98.93 for the quiff. But all eyes on this one. If Jackpot loses this one, he'll be kicking himself. But has Woodhouse blinked? Only opens up 45. Can Adrian Lewis jump all over that? Enough. Ton 97 for Jackpot. Woodhouse needs 2 trebles just to get himself back in the same street. And there's 2 trebleless visits. That could be the beginning of the end in this Noble leg. Luke done brilliantly to get us back level, but needed one more big push. He's gone to the well. And at the moment, there's nothing there. 3 trebleless visits now. And the writing is firmly on the wall. Steady leg from Adrian Lewis. Ton 97, ton 104 after 12. And the 104 goes. Ton 97, ton 104 out for Jackpot. He moves into the last 16. It may have went a couple of legs longer than it should have, but Jackpot is through. What we say in chat room, can Jackpot pick up another Pro Tour title today? Or will it be Dirk van Dijvenbode, perhaps? Callum Ridds? Nick says, I hope a German can win. There's no reason why they can't. Plenty still in the field. Still got Max Hopp, Ricardo Petresco, Gabriel Clemens. Oh, that's going to sting. I wonder, did he go ball 32 or was it 25, 57 ball? What a moment that was. Van Dyvenbode with a showpiece finish to break the Callum Ridge throw. As it looks as if they're holding one of the last 16 games warming up. I thought they were going to hold them. Jim Williams against Josh Rock on the other stream board. I don't know if Justin Pipe's officially retired, but look, he certainly didn't try and go to Q School, and I can't see it happening again. So maybe not officially, but unofficially, yeah, I would say so. Barry Van Peer beats Mensur Sulovic 6-3. That's a little bit of a surprise the way Mensur has been playing of late. Dirk Van Dyvenbode is also now one away from the last 16. So, can Callum Ridds win 4 on the spin? Josh Rock has been on the stream ball for nearly all of his matches today. Yeah, that's the price of success. When you're hot, you are hot. He couldn't, could he? Couldn't find the fish to win it. You've seen the champagne shot. Could have been the champagne while fishing. So, Callum Ridds holds, but now he needs to mount an assault on the Dirk Van Dyvenbode throw. He's got to watch Newcastle, or is he coming back? That's going to take a big effort. Looks as if he may be heading to watch Newcastle. but he's back in this one. Dirk slipped and Callan stepped in. 137. What's the Ober genius got here? Not enough. Maybe this one's not done just yet. Is this heading like the stream game we had a minute ago, where one player was in control, comes back, but then finds something at the end? Look, 130 is not a disaster. It's still only a one treble for a go at the ball finish. Oh my, Dirk van Dijvenbode. That is sensational. 154 finish to book his place in the last 16. 99.14 average. Good game, that, gents. Very good indeed. So that is the last 32 complete. What are you saying, chat room, from here as well? Yeah, very nice. Very nice indeed. So, as we get ready, I would imagine it'd be quite a quick turnaround. Markers and officials will want to get home. Back Callum Ridge to win at 80 to 130, overpriced. Oh, yeah, no, I agree. Look, I do that all the time, Craig. Whether you think players can or will win, you take the value sometimes. And look, they don't always win, but it doesn't mean it's a bad bet. You're just taking the odds because the bookies had overpriced it. Not a clue, Daz. There will be at least 3. I'm not sure if there will be 4. It was like the outrights on the Super Series, Glenn, at the start of Champions Week. Pricing was horrific. The Super Series Champions Week, the outrights was ridiculous. Even going into last night, Josh Payne went off at 5-2 favourite. Not for me. Start of the week. Well, this time last week, Graham Asher was 34 to 1, I think I saw. Then a lot got on at 18 to 1 on Monday morning before a dart was thrown. Even that was too big. Looking at the stats and everything like that, Graham Asher should have been favourite in my opinion before a dart was thrown. But it goes back to a lot of, I'm not on about your ones here, but like 365, Sky Bet, and everything like that. They were pricing the players off of their reputations, and the ones that have had PDC careers were shorter prices, but for no reason. Right. That one's streamed. That one's streamed. Because we've got a lot of German fans in the crowd in the chat room today, we are going to go with a bit of Max Hop as our feature game. Remember, we're here for all fans. Oh yeah, okay, 100%. I say, but that window, there's such an opportunity for that reason. In Snookerfield, Barriger's wildcards, yep. Matty Edgar's commentating this week. I don't know the exact date, but he will be back into play. But just don't know exactly when because I haven't got it in front of me. Possibly, Daniel. Look, I'm not saying I don't know. Could it happen? Yes. Do I think it will happen? Not in the near future. I don't think we're near to it, but it could. So, despite a maximum from Dobes, wasn't enough to take the opener as Hollywood is one behind. So, the last two games warming up. Ted Everts has taken the opener. Well, stay early. I'm just going to fill my bottle up, folks. So next week's lineup is Group A: James Hurrell, Jim McEwen, Kevin Garcia, Michael Huntley, Robert Owen, Shane McGurk. Group B: Pete Burgoyne, Richard North, Scott Walters. Group C: Mark Graham, Martin Thomas, Reese Colley. Is your Super Series next week. Right, around the boards, Luke Humphreys has raced into a 3-0 lead over Hollywood, both averaging well. Dobie, 99, bang on. Luke Humphries, 102.47. Ross Smith having a fantastic day. He's 2-1 up on Steve Beaton, averaging 107 right now. Jim Williams, 2-1 up on Josh Rock, averaging 115.61. Damon Hetta, 2-0 to the good on Kenny Neons, 107.34 for him. Ricardo Petresco is 1 apiece with Gabriel Clements. And Ted Everts, Max Hopp is 1 apiece. Warming up, Barry Van Peer against Adrian Lewis and Dirk Van Dyvenbode against Johnny Clayton. That's going to be a little bit good. Yeah, to be fair, Bob, Robert, when he agreed to play week 1 of stage 2, he thought there was a week gap in between. But stack attack will all be good. Was right using new ones. We're not sure. He wasn't on a stream board, Dad, so we didn't see what he was using. Again, chat room, come and say hi. Make sure you drop us a like. 69 likes. Can you get us to that magical 100 like mark? Again, massively appreciate the support. Give us a thumbs up and subscribe. Genius, who's your favourite to take to that? What, from the players that are left? Good question. You'd have to say the usual suspects will be hard to beat. Damon Hetta, Luke Humphries. Matt Top, 2-1 up on Ted Everts. Games on throw at the moment. Smudger back in front again, still over the ton mark. 102 as he leads Steve Beaton, 3-2. Luke Humphries demolishing his way to the last 8. How's Jackpot doing? He is 1 up on Barry Van Peer in the last 16. Heta massively impressive. Yeah, look, he's been solid. He's always solid on the floor. Just need to take that game into TV stuff. Pop's on fire. Yeah, look, he's playing really well. Luke Humphries beats Chris Dobie 6-1. Ton average for Cool Hand. Look, Hollywood's done not a lot wrong there. It's averaged 97.87, but been blown away by Luke Humphries. Also, Damon Heta, 5-1 to the good against Kenny Neon's, averaging 103.52. The German derby, 2-all. Ricardo Petresco and Gabriel Clemens. It's actually Petresco ahead in the averages, but Clemens level on the scorebooks. This game between Dirk and Johnny is absolutely ridiculous. Johnny Clayton's 2-1 up on Dirk van Dijvenbode, averaging 127.62. Dirk's just averaging a cool and casual 119.16. Ridiculous. Or as God would say, stupid. Stupid darts. But blooming good darts, that's for sure. Adrian Lewis raced into a 3-0 lead against Barry Van Peer. He's averaging the ton as well. Damon Heta is into the last 16. 6-1 winner over Kenny Neon's 106.26 average. He joins Luke Humphries already in the last 8. Josh Rock was 2-0 down. It's 1-5 on the spin now against Jim Williams. Johnny Clayton is not relenting. 3-1 up against Dirk van Dijvenbode, averaging 129.78. The Ferret is going berserk. Cheers for that, Big Johnny. Wonder if Adrian Lewis has heard me say, like that, Gav, like that. Look, Adrian 4-0 up. Steve Beaton not giving in, not rolling over. But Ross Smith averaging 102. He is 1 away. Ferret eating. Oh, yeah. Look, Johnny Clayton 4-1 up, averaging 120. And Ross Smith is over the line, 104.29. Ross Smith has had and is having a brilliant day. He's played some sensational darts. You know, Glenn, you know. Once things tumble, it's all right. Max Hopp is 1 away from the last 8. Right, Max Hopp may get broken here. Ted Everts looking at 88. I'll tell you what, Johnny's average has dipped by 10 points. Still a sickening 112, but Dirk van Dijvenbode is back in this. His average hasn't wilted. 108.09. Is Hop Q School banned? Yeah, I think so, Johnny. Barring some mathematical miracle. So Ted Everts looks as if he's going to get another one back. So Hop, the leg he starts, he's found with a max here. And Dirk van Dijvenbode is level at 4 apiece with Johnny Clayton. This is just sensational. Again, what a leg from Hop here. Barry Van Peer back 5-2 now. Adrian Lewis still in control. Johnny Clayton is in front again. What a contest. So Hop on 32. Nothing that Everts can do about it. And it does go. Max Hop is into the last 8 of the Pro Tour. Right. It's one leg, but I don't care. We're going to look at the numbers and just admire this one. Oh, and after all that, Johnny Clayton starts with a 59. $97. Adrian Lewis has beaten Barry Van Peer. That one's 6-2. Advantage, Dirk van Dijvenbode. And then Clayton finds a max. What a game this is. Can we just scrap the Pro Tour rules and just say carry on, gents? Because this is ridiculous. Clayton leaves 80, but may not get a go. This 1-2-4 has every chance of going. He's missed the ball. Dirk van Dijvenbode has missed a match start. Johnny Clayton, will you get a match start? No, he's missed a big number there. Somewhere in that combination, it's a shame it's not on the string, Johnny Clayton has had a stray dart because he should have got a dart at tops and hasn't. What a game, gentlemen. What a game. Match starts incoming for Petres. And it goes, Ricardo Petresco is also into the last 8. Possibly, Jeff, but I don't see it because you're not guaranteed a match start. Everything knowing Johnny says he goes 20s there. Look, he may have done, but I just get the thing he's missed a match start. Or, sorry, he's got a stray dart. If he has gone that way, then he's wrong. Yeah, that's more like it, Glenn. He's gone 20s the way he should, and he's gone for a treble 5. Or he's hit a treble 5. That's what me thinks as well. Yeah, it's like that, mate. So we have the final 8 quarterfinals. I'm going to put a light on here as well. It's getting a bit dull. And I'm going to have the TV on mute so I can see what's going on in the Spurs game. Right, we're all set. We are all set. The tournament director at the venue picks the stream games, Jason. So, chat room, what are we saying? The final 8 are Luke Humphries, Max Hopp, Ricardo Petresco, Ross Smith, Damon Hetta, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Josh Rock, and Adrian Lewis. Who wins from here? Let us know in the chat room. And remember, drop us a like. And if you haven't yet, subscribe to Online Darts as we edge closer to that 30k mark. Quicker you can get us there would be amazing. 78 likes. Can we get to the 100 mark? Preston, I'm going to drop the tweet out after the Super Series. I'm sorry, after the Pro Tour on the Super Series. They try and mix it up a little bit as well. Yeah, Josh Rock playing superbly well again. First game is warming up. Is there any date set for Lakeside? Look, there's pencil dates. There's nothing out there yet. But the players need to know. Where's the Aspen MVG? MVG never entered any of this block of Pro Tours. And Nathan played yesterday. Guess he just wasn't feeling it, so skipped today. Luke Humphreys, Max Hop warming up. We've got an interview with Alex. I've got to try and edit it after the show, but we did some media with it last night. And stream board 2 is underway. Ross Smith and Ricardo Petresco. Right, so that one's streamed. That's the one I was waiting for. We're going to go with this one. Josh Rock against Adrian Lewis as the feature game. Strap yourselves in, everyone. This could be good. Very good. And all of the quarterfinals are now underway. So, who wins from here, chat room? Who are we going for?
Official word on my Nina player is that the match day squad at all today. We'll bring you that here on N17 Live over again, but no Romero, no Hoyvier, and in total it is 5 changes.
So Ross Smith 1-up. Luke Humphries has taken the opener against Max Hopp, and Damon Hetter has just taken the opener against Dirk van Dijvenbode. Dirk only averaging 65. He may have emptied the tank in that victory over Johnny Clayton. So this is good from Lewis as well. Look, regardless of whether Josh Rock goes and wins with another Josh Rock performance, it's just good to see Adrian competing at this level. Some big numbers. Yeah, I hope so as well, Johnny. I hope it's not a flash. As far as we know, Jamie, look, we might be wrong, but reading the press release that was on the WDF website, I read it, and the other boys read it, and we all interpreted it the same way, that it's not going to be on TV in the UK. It will only be on YouTube. Whether that changes or not, but that's certainly the way that everyone has interpreted it. that it won't be on UK TV. If that's wrong, then we've interpreted it wrong. But everyone that has read it has read it the same way. Yeah, long term, Johnny, I agree with you, but I think this one needed to be on TV. Andrew, I haven't listened to the interview yesterday. Has he? Did he U-turn on them? I haven't listened to it because obviously we had the Super Series finals straight after the stream yesterday, so we had so much to do, so I didn't listen to it. Lee, we're going to put a graphic out on the Super Series social media after the Pro Tour, mate. Damon Heta 3-0 up, averaging 109. I'll have a look, Glenn, see what I can find. I'll try and catch it back, Andrew. So, look, Damon Heta's played sensationally here. He's averaging 112. But look, I think Dirk emptied everything that he had in that Johnny Clayton game. He just looked flat in this one. Look, it was a sensational game, but the quick turnaround, I think, has done the over-genius in a little bit here. Look, he would have to have produced something very similar to the Clayton level performances to get near Heta in this one. Yeah, no, Jack, yeah, I get that. It's a double-edged sword, though, isn't it? Because the money players can generate for shirt sponsors, you think, so you're allowed 6 on your shirt, but 2 of them are the PDCs, so that it'll always have the tournament sponsor and the associated sponsor. So the PDC, you get two bites on your shirt. So the other 4, the players try and sell that covers their costs for the year. So look, for argument's sake, by the way, I'm just making up these figures, that I'm a player, I sell all 4 of my shirt sponsors, and I get 30 grand for the year. That 30 grand covers everything that I need covering to travel to events and X, Y, and Z. So that's the pressure, that having those sponsors relieves the pressure of having to win money to cover just your travel expenses as the way it stands. So, and look, if you're a sponsor, you want to see your logo at the Premier League, at the World Series. Rock versus Hat final, yeah. Dropped from 81 to 40 to 1, yeah. Who's more likely to get in the Premier League right now, Dirk or Noppy? Dirk for me. Although Danny won the UK Open, Dirk ticks more boxes for the Premier League for me. Yeah, I'll tell you all again. It's going out on socials in a minute. So Group A is James Hurrell, Jim McEwen, Kevin Garcia, Michael Huntley, Robert Owen, and Shane McGurk. Group B, Pete Burgoyne, Richard North, Scott Walters. Group C, Mark Graham, Martin Thomas, Reece Colley. Yeah, HS winning a major's not enough. Winning it says Heta amazing. Yeah, look, I love Damos a bit, so I just want him to take that form onto the TV. Yeah. Yeah, look, Conan was sensational last night at the Super Series, and look, I like all the players that were there. It was a really good group, and they all had their own individual backstory to why the money would have been important and everything like that. So look, you can't begrudge any one of them winning it, but Conan did, and look, you could see what it meant to him on the stage. Just brilliant. What else have we got? Well, one player to hit double one for your life depending on it. Who are you choosing? Christ. At their peak, probably James Wade, because it was right next to tops. Maybe not right now, but at their peak, James Wade just didn't miss tops, and double one's right next to it. So probably Wadey. I like the ADC route into the Super Series. Be great to see local lads. Yeah, look. Now they've got a pathway. They've got a chance to come and play in the Super Series through the ADC. So that's brilliant, and it gives them a pathway and a gateway. Josh Rock has ended the Adrian Lewis Super Series Pro Tour in the quarterfinals. There's another big average for him. I'm not surely. I was out the back, so I don't know. But Ricardo Petresco is on the verge of a PDC Pro Tour quarter final. That would be something sensational. So Ricardo Petresco 5-1 up on Ross Smith. Luke Humphries 5-3 up on Max Hopp. Again, looks like Luke's going to win it, but it's another good display. My fault, I should have swapped the feature game round. Luke Humphries is over the line. We were all chatting away and I forgot to change it. My bad. But Petresco is 100 points away. There we have it. Ricardo Petresco is into a PDC Pro Tour semi-final. Remarkable stuff. No, it's not in. It's not in, Ricardo. I was watching on the stream. So, our semi-final lineup will be Luke Humphries against Ricardo Petresco and Damon Heta against Josh Rock. We'll have both of them as feature games shortly. There it is on the stream. Timely dart at tops. Ross Smith looked good in the background, but job done. There we have it. Right, semi-finals coming up. Yeah, must be his first on the Pro Tour. Yeah, I'm 99% certain it would be his first Pro Tour semi-final. I don't remember him making another one off the top of my head. So that is that one. 1-1. Not confident today. Not without Romero and Højbjerg. Right, folks, we're going to grab a quick ad break so I can go to the loo at the same time. So go and grab yourself which one do we want? Go and grab yourself a coffee or whatever your choice is. I'm going to say get these adverts running. Quick toilet break for me, and then we'll be back for the semi-finals on the other side of Sorry, folks, back again. My phone went at the same time. I had to take the call. Also, never a good thing that it's raining and thundering out there, that you lose all signal on your football, the lot. No, sorry, I went. Mark, it's our pleasure, mate. It's what we do it. We wouldn't do it if people didn't support or didn't watch along or anything like that. So, look, it's thanks to you guys for supporting the channel as well. And make sure you give us a like and subscribe as well if you haven't, everyone. Just waiting for the semi-finals to go live. I don't know where everyone else is watching from, especially UK based. I'm in the south of the country, and we have got one hell of a storm going on right now. It is thunder, lightning, and torrential rain outside. I don't know if you can hear that because my window's right behind. It is hammering it down. Like proper. Yeah, Dan, I'm only about 50 minutes from Bournemouth, so yeah, you're probably having exactly the same as me. Right, just out of interest, everyone, if I suddenly go offline, it's because we've had a power cut. I'm not exaggerating how windy it is out there. It is ridiculous. See you tomorrow, Preston. All good. Haven't heard. Genuinely ridiculous out there. Sunny in South Wales, nice. I'll be there on South Wales on Tuesday. In Northern Ireland, it's been awful for about 4 days. Yeah, yesterday was bad here as well. It is horrific. Whereabouts it? Oh, right. Wait a minute. Here we go. Both games have gone over. Let's get these bad boys fired up. I'll get the other one on 4. There we go. Both feature games up as well. So, semi-final time. Giants Causeway Way Rock. Cool. Where are you from, Jamie? It's Claddy near likes it. I'd take Claddy right now. I think we need Noah's Ark. Forewarned, Electric has gone in Christchurch. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Mark. I say I'm only like 50 minutes from you, and literally it is monsoon and wind's horrific. So everyone, just to pre-warn you, if I do disappear, it's because the power's gone. For the Faroe Islands, nice. All right, Johnny, all right. But Luke Humphreys has taken the opener, as has Damon Heta. So first legs are in the can. So Damon Heta takes the opener, but Josh Rock favourite to level it up. Josh Rock does level us up on throw, 1 apiece. Luke Humphreys has held to go with his break, so he is clear. Remember, the format goes up now. First 7 on the Pro Tour. Josh Rock has the Damon Heta darts in a little bit of bother here. Heta needs 2 trebles minimum. Finds 2 trebles, down to 120. How handy can Josh Rock leave? Well, very handy is the word. 174 to leave 24, unless the Shanghai goes, and it would be a skin saver. I think I'll confirm in a minute, but from that, I think he's missed the dart at tops, unless he's had a bounce out or something along those lines. But we'll confirm in a second. Josh Rock does punish break of throw. All right. Stream's a little bit behind. Let's confirm. Does Damo miss a dart at tops for the 120? No, it's not this leg. Sorry. Stream's all over the place. It's this visit. The answer is yes, he does. It didn't really trouble the tops, if I'm being honest. But there may just be Damo misses the ball for the 170, but will get another go. And Damon Hester does break back. And then starts with a maximum. Sharing maximums. Josh Rock doing Josh Rock things. Good game, this one. Ricardo Petresco going, Nicky, it's the first time he's ever gone this deep, this distance in a Pro Tour. I'm sure fatigue is playing a part. Energy levels will be right down. And Zach, he's had a fabulous day and can take so many positives from this. What a game this is between Rock and Heta. But again, is the door open for another break of throw? But there is daylight for the first time. Josh Rock is 4-2 up now on Damon Heta. The Heat is going to have to find something a little bit special, perhaps, if he's to get back into this one. Luke Humphries running away with the other semi-final. It's another maximum for Josh Rock. I think Hess has either had a bounce out or he strayed into the treble 1 and then covered on 19s. We'll have a look shortly, but the stream's a little bit behind. He had a bounce out, clattered into the other ones. If 76 goes, this one could be just about done. He should get 1 match start. He may get 2. He's missed match darts. Match darts, break darts. Getting excited there, getting above myself. And Damon Heta pins 64 to keep his hopes alive. Remember, it's only 1 break of throw. I say only as if it's easy. But he's going to have to muster something. We've seen him do it before. That spell to beat Gary Anderson earlier on in the year was ridiculous from the heat. He's going to have to do that again, though. If Damon Heta can muster up 2 treble visit here, the door is open. Comes up dry, doesn't find any. That was a chance. That was an opportunity. But the 140 leaves the 108. 108, one of those finishes, it's only 1 treble needed. However, there's no guarantee he comes back. I was saying there's no guarantee he comes back. I'm interested to see if he scored 105 or if he's missed the dart at tops for the 145. We'll have a look on the stream shortly. However, Heta can't do it. Is it a 105? No, he didn't get a dart. He missed the treble 15. However, comes back, polishes it off. Josh Rock is 2 legs away from a Pro Tour final where it's looking likely he will play Luke Humphries. Not done yet, but Humphries is the strong favourite. Damon Hesser. Another fabulous run could be coming to an end at the hands of this very, very special, talented teenage young man. Luke Humphreys is one away. Josh Rock is on the hill. Luke Humphreys is on the hill. Are they both going to fall down it at the same time and book places in the final at the Barnsley Metrodome? The Players' Championship 28. Remember, only 2 Pro Tours left after today. Josh Rock is just 181 points away. Can he do the Della? I think he's missed the start at double 12. Let's have a look. Josh Rock is there. Luke Humphreys isn't yet. But he may be now. So we have a final. Players' Championship 28 will be contested by Josh Rock and Luke Humphreys. Some decent numbers on show there. Let's get a little poll going. There you go, the poll is up. You have till the final starts to get your vote in. Also, 94 likes. Can we get another 6 to get us to that magical 100 like mark for the day? Final, probably 5-6 minutes away, perhaps. So, any questions, fire them in the chat room. We'll try and answer some in between. So, the poll is up. You have till the start of Early days in the poll, but Josh Rock 77%. Spurs still 0-0. It's something we're looking at. Look, not ruling it out, but there's not one penciled in yet. But we are looking at it. The problem is it's getting the right field for a women's week because they have to be competitive. Is the thing. So it's something we're looking at. Let's have a look. So right now, in the actual live order of merit, Luke Humphries is into the top 10. He's just jumped above Gary Anderson and Danny Noppert today. So Gary down to 10. That could become a lot worse as well. To be fair, Glenn, I'd love a women's week, but you have to get the right 12. And look, there's a list of 15, 16 that would make it a competitive week, but you obviously have to have 12 of that caliber to make it competitive. Right, anyway, back to Josh Rock. Josh Rock is up to 66 in the world. Moved up 8 places today. Can't go any higher today, but that's the live order of merit. We'll do the tour card race one because that takes off. So Luke Humphries is provisional world number 6 at the moment. And Josh Rock at the moment is provisional world 47 at the end of the year. Let's have a look. Oh, 100% first year. They bite your arm off for that. Is he there yet? He's in next year's Grand Slam because he's qualified for the World U final. Yeah, of course. He's development tour. 100% he'll be part of the World Cup team if he carries on. yeah, no question there whatsoever. Again, Josh Rock running away with the poll. 75% of your votes right now. So yeah, that's right. They have put the graphic up on the stream, which is always a good sign. Means it's not too far away. Again, thank you everyone for your support across the weekend. The boys have done a sensational job. Gob, Jars jumped in, Tiz, Dan today. Look, massive team effort. So, fingers crossed, we are super close to a start now. Yeah, like, as I was saying, your support is been unrivaled from us. So thank you very, very much. Remember, the live lounge returns tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Plenty of talking points to come, that's for sure. What's the one place you'd like to see a darts tournament at, like a venue that you've never been before? Good question. Where would I like to see a darts event? There's a few. I'd like to see a World Series event taken back to South Africa. I'd like. Where else would I like to see? Yeah, definitely South Africa. And then I'd like another World Series event in America, like they do the double header in Australia. I'd like the double header in North America, whether that be Canada, or wherever, somewhere along those lines for me. Hugo Lloris has mucked up massively by the look of it. Or is VAR going to get involved? Oh, look, Madison Square Garden was unreal. Not sure that's a foul. VAR's checking. We'll have a look. Given the goal. Let's get a bit of comment, see what they think a sec. Right. Fingers crossed we can't be too far away now. I've been saying that for about 5 minutes, but surely we can't be. Get this show on the road, folks. Just waiting for the final to kick in. I don't know if there's one on the list. A lot in the world with the World Series, a lot comes down to broadcasters and have they got a broadcast partner in that region and stuff like that. So I think that would vary on that. Would I like to see one in Japan? Yeah, absolutely. The iPad's been fired up, which is a good thing. Here we go. We have pictures on the stream and we are off and running. Josh Rock has won the ball, so it is time. I'll end the poll there so none of you can get a sneaky vote in after it's done. But the majority of you have gone for Josh Rock. So here we go. Big maximum from Luke Humphries. And he has the Josh Rock throw under a little bit of pressure. But that's a fabulous visit. Josh Rock takes the opener. Just responds to the pressure. And this time around, it's Josh Rock who has the Luke Humphries throw under. And it is 2-0. Josh Rock averaging 111 at the moment. It's not on the hill yet, Peter. He's getting there. He's climbing it. That is for sure. But you feel that Humphries has to get a foothold in this game quickly, otherwise it may run away from him. Yeah, Johnny, where I'm not sure if he's developed yet or not. So what, two huge visits there from Luke Humphries. Luke Humphries has a leg on the board and it's a break back. Big moments there from Cool Hand. Thank you very much, Juanita, as always. Have a good sleep, good day at work. Thank you for joining us, as always, as Luke Humphries levels up at 2 apiece. I would love Corey to make a return, but I think it's a long, long way off at the moment. But look, we can hope, and I would love it. But not convinced it's close. How we doing, Martin? Hope you're good. Martin Luke went in the chat. Both top players and lads. Yeah, look, absolutely. Hope you're good, buddy. As Josh Rock looks to go 3-2 in front. We are back on throw. Remember, Rock led 2-0. Humphries roared back. That 26, not going to do much damage. And it is 3-2 to Josh Rock again. Remember, first to 8. Humphries start with a maximum. You get the feeling this one's going to go deep. Josh Rock replies with a max. Anything you can do, I can do better. Well, carry on, gents. $96 after 9. Can Rock put some pressure on? Yes, he can. A ton after 9. Both on 2 darters. Luke Humphries has missed 2 darts to level it up. Hits the treble 20. And then has come inside at some point. I'll confirm on the stream in a minute. Here we go. First dart outside, second dart inside, but does come back. Josh Rock, does he miss 1 or 2 darts? He went tops, hit the first one, dragged the second one low. And then Luke Humphries comes back and pins double 9. Level again, 3 apiece. Unbelievable standards so far. Look, yeah, they're both going to be in the mix, that's for sure. No one's guaranteed a world championship, but these two will be in the mix for world titles. I agree. However, is this a moment? Is this an opportunity? Luke Humphries, 95 to lead for the first time and break. Not made a good effort of that. So look what he does at the 95. When games are this good and competitive, 95s are chances. So he singled the 19, then tried to go double 19, double 19. Didn't go and kind of just threw the last one away. $95 with 3 darts. I prefer the ball route personally. Luke Humphries leaves a ton after 9. Scoring of the highest quality and calibre. Good match there from Josh Rock to leave a finish, just to keep Humphries honest. Tees up tops. It'll be interesting to see, does he miss 2 or does he not hit a treble? Oh, Christ, 2-0. Thanks. Hadn't seen. Oh, Luke. So it was just a straight 60. Then he's gone round the houses. Josh Rock will get at least 1 dart for 5-3. Only needs 1 dart for 5-3. Luke Humphries, wired tops, wired 10s, and dragged low into 5s. The dart at tops and the dart at 10s are wire clippers, but that's the difference when the games are like this. Josh Rock steps back, composes, hits. What's Luke Humphries got left? Needs to find something, and that something is big. That's a max. Nah, I'm a fan, Johnny. That's my MO. 41 goes in 2 this time. It's a break back again. But remember, Josh Rock having the darts. Luke Humphries will have to find a double break. There's 1. I'm just not a fan of double 19. Luke, no treble. Josh Rock steps in, maximum. Luke replies with a max. But it's a 140. Josh Rock to leave 85. If this big fish goes, we may all pack up and go home because this is ridiculous. Six four. What a final. Josh Rock's averaging 110 right now. Brilliant. Absolute brilliant from Josh Rock. 15-20 ball. Josh Rock leaves 104 to potentially put himself within 1. Luke Humphries, this has to be 2 trebles. 95. I don't think that's enough personally. Needed to be on a 2 data, not 3. It's going to get a go though. Josh Rock, missed opportunity. Luke Humphries, this may be one of the biggest 109 finishes you've taken out if it goes. And it does go. Sensational from cool hand Luke Humphries. Carry on, gents. Treble 20. Single 17. Right in the top corner of a double 16. Did we get a fist pump? Yeah, Luke knows that was big. Very big. The pair sharing 140s. But look, when the game is this big, the magnitude, that's a slip. Craig, absolutely unreal. Again, big moments here. $92 to leave 32, but it may be irrelevant if this 70 goes. The pair have hit everything else today, so why not this? And it carries on. Josh Rock is now one leg away from Players' Championship 28. Luke Humphries has to be perfect from here. Needs to win 3 on the spin, and 2 of them are on the Josh Rock throw. What has Cool Hand got left? We will find out. I think that's all she wrote. Josh Rock is about to gallop off into the sunset. This is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Ton 140, 180 to leave 81 after 9. Josh Rock, this is your moment. Tees up tops. He knew that 180 was big as well. Absolutely sensational. Josh Rock defeats Luke Humphries 8-5 in an absolute drama of a game. 108 average, Josh. 103 average, Luke Humphries. What a game this is. We're going to watch the moment on the stream. Second dart, middle of the tops bed. And you can see what it means to him. The embrace for both players is brilliant as well. Superb from both of them. You can see what it means to Josh Rock there. Absolutely tremendous, tremendous performance across these 4 days from Josh Rock. Credit to Luke Humphries as well. He's played his part in a fabulous, fabulous final. Everyone, thank you very, very much for joining us for the last 4 days on the Pro Tour live stream, whether it's been with myself, Gob, Jars dropped in, Tiz has been in, Dan's been in today. From me and all the team, thank you very much for your support across the Pro Tour. Remember, Live Lounge returns tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. All the talking points covered there. Then I will be in Dortmund for the European Championships finals, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So plenty of content coming your way at Online Darts. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe, turn notifications on so you don't miss anything. But look, it's been a long day. It's been a long 24 hours with the Super Series finals last night and today. I'm going to go get some food, go and get some kit. Thank you very much for your continued support. I've been Phil Bars, and we'll see you all very, very soon.
Level.